try this again. Alright, as I said earlier, before I cut myself off, my ears need a break today from wearing my headset, so I set up the Blue Yeti and have my sound coming out of the speakers. So, I'm going to have my mic muted when I don't need to talk, and then I'll unmute it, so forth and so forth. So, no podcast today, by the way, but we are going to do episode 4 of Tyranny, because I absolutely love this game, and all I want to do is keep playing it, and all I do is keep dreaming of it. So, we're going to keep playing. Alright, so without further ado, alright, where are we going? Actually, let's check our journal real quick. What do we have on the agenda? Primary, we have 2 of them. Tunon is the voice of Kairos in the Tears, and he'll want to know the specifics of what transpired in Vendrian's Well. Travel to Tunon's court in the Bastard City. Tunon awaits your return to his court. Okay, voice of Kairos. Or no, here we go. Whatever you did in the Ascension Hall in Vendrian's Well has given you the power to interact with the Spire. Before you ascended the Spire, you had a vision when the edict broke. Understanding this vision might help you better grasp this new power you have acquired. Investigate the Spires. Find a way to the Lethian's Crossing Spire. You gain access to Haven. The region's spire is attached to the old walls of the Lethian's Crossing settlement. Travel here. Find a way to gain access to the spire. Alright, so first, looks like we're going to go report to Tunon. Let's go do that. Where's the Bastard City? Here it is. Tunon's court. 2 days and 12 hours. 2.5 days. Wow. This well-dressed, older woman stands apart from the milling crowds and nobles. She stares off in the distance, oblivious to your approach until you're right in front of her. "Oh, greetings," she offers a reserved smile. "Onda Lucretius, formerly of Thistleholm. You have the look of someone who belongs here. A fate minder, no doubt," she nods. Actually, no, I don't care. Fame partner Callio, Lunawall, Argilus, Blood Mulch, Mocking Blaze, Bitter Quip, Albatronus, Sevius, and Aurora. And Tunon.
You call yourselves officers of Kairos' army, but your conduct falls short of my expectations. The court finds your accounts of Vendrian's Well lacking, rife with misdirection and fallacy, fouled with baseless accusation.
shadows beneath Tunon's cloak darken and flare around him. Murmurs of unease erupt in the court. Listen. Albatronus, Your Honor, I have relayed the events as I experienced them. You can well imagine why my version conflicts with this. She makes a dismissive gesture to the Scarlet Court's representative. On my honor and on that of the great general, I would sooner snap my sword than perjure myself before you, Archon. Blood mulch. Of course. Tunon. So you imply that falsehood comes easier to my lips than yours. You are a fool if you believe the Archon of Justice won't see through your lies because the disfavored think themselves better than an honest gang.
Silence. The contradictions in your statements will be examined, and falsities threshed from truths. If we find you have perjured yourselves, Blood and Mark will see to your fate.
Blood and Mark. Blood and Mark is Kairos' knife in the shadows, the unseen drop of poison that enforces the Overlord's will. He reports to Tunon, the Adjudicator, serving in his capacity as the final word to those who hold Kairos' law in contempt. Few know the origin of the Archon of Shadows or how Kairos maintains a hold on him. Those who anger the Archon never live long past sunset. Wow. Oh, we're going to move this. See if we can't get this at a better angle. How far will this go? Far enough, apparently. What I can do, though, is do this. Move these around. Here we go. It's better.
Fatebinder, we will start with the matter of the Archons. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat have declared war upon each other. In addition to violating Kairos' peace, they have thrown the conquest of the Tears into disarray. By all accounts, these hostilities began shortly after your arrival. Tell us what transpired.
Oh, let's see. What are we going to tell him? The Archons could not agree on who should lead the siege and descended into accusations of treachery. It seemed a mutual spat. The Archons have been of different minds since the start of this war. You must be mistaken. I wasn't present. Oh. The Archons could not agree. There we go. The disfavored were more deserving of the honor. Our tactics and training outmatched the Vendrian Guard at every turn. Whoop, Balderdash. The disfavored couldn't tip over a straw hut if they had a week to strategize. Our howling mob was better equipped to overwhelm the Vendrian Guard. Our recruits were ready to throw themselves at the enemy if only Ash and his legion would agree to a plan.
The Fatebinder presents testimony. I warn you both against speaking out of turn. Something more than a mere disagreement unraveled this campaign. But I will return to that in time. Let us speak of Ascension Hall. The disfavored sing your praises across the realm, though the Scarlet Chorus appealed for charges of treason. Perhaps you can offer a more enlightened account.
I claim the Citadel with a small unit disfavored.
An efficient solution, the type I would expect from a capable agent. Tell me though, with the edict looming overhead and death the price of failure, why not employ the numerical advantage of the Scarlet Chorus?
The voices in the right provoked Ash at every turn. I suspected treachery. The siege called for tactics and planning, not raw numbers. Ooh, I don't know. Agent hovers in silent shadows trailing from below his robes.
I will consider this testimony at length. The court thanks you for it. Is there anything you wish to add at this time?
I have told you all that I know.
Your testimony is accepted by the court. The statements of our guests raise questions in my mind. There is much about this campaign that has caused me to wonder. A shipment of iron weapons was short on arrival. Where coveted iron is concerned, I don't believe it to be a clerical error. One of my agents recovered this seal in Echo Call. It belongs to a merchant collective. Lethian's Crossing is teeming with their kind. If you would root out treachery, I would advise starting there.
1 second. I need to flip that. Perfect. Alright. Here we go.
Petitioners, leave us. I would have a private audience with the Fatebinder. Ascend and join me. You will find the way opened.
On it.
This civil war, this feud, is an insult to Kairos' peace. It should not have taken the better part of a year to silence the last vestiges of the Oathbreakers.
Tunon regards you in thoughtful silence. I agree, Your Honor.
Our allies squabble while our enemies regroup. It falls upon the court to measure the extent of the damage, and to execute the agents of disorder. I suspect that treachery, negligence, disunity, and greed have infected one or both of our esteemed allies. Until you are instructed otherwise, this matter is the court's primary focus. Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat must be examined in close detail. You are charged with observing the Archons and presenting your case that one of them has wrought chaos and disorder upon the Tiers.
I'll make this my mission, Your Honor. What if I find them both blameless? Could they both be guilty? I'll make this my mission.
As always, you will be held accountable for what you do in the court's name. But you are free to conduct your investigation in the manner of your choosing. You must expect lies, misdirection, and manipulation. Suffer not such obstructions of justice. The disfavored seem the logical first step in your inquiry. The Legion holds you in some esteem, and Graven Ash has shown deference to the court in times past. No doubt the disfavored will be rife with accusations and evidence against the voices of Nerat. Graven Ash is a noble man, but never underestimate his capacity for deception. A wise general succeeds by knowing when to be unreadable to the enemy. You should, of course, speak with the Scarlet Chorus and gather their testimony. But it stands to reason that most in the chorus would sooner brag about a pauldron fashioned from your skull than entertain your questions. Do not regret killing the rabble that impede your investigation. They will be easily replaced. That most in the chorus would sooner brag about a pauldron fashioned from your skull than entertain your questions. Do not regret killing the rabble that impede.
It doesn't sound too bad. I might just leave the mic on then. Unless someone ends up complaining about it.
fellow Fatebinders have been busy acting as my eyes and ears. I have a few leads for you to follow. You should, of course, speak with your brothers and sisters of the court if you need further counsel. The disfavored have made use of the Sage's network of dovecotes and messenger birds as they come under capture. I've heard multiple claims of strategic communications gone missing. The Sages are broken, their citadel in flames, but they were not slaughtered to the last. Some of their numbers still congregate around the smoking husk of their burning library. If they have been reading disfavored communications, learn what they learned, then execute them. The Oathbreakers were reported to be using iron armaments, more than they might acquire from looting what few disfavored they killed. Any iron in the tiers not rusted through was made by forge-bound hands in Lethian's Crossing. Between craftsman and quartermaster, someone let iron fall into enemy hands. Investigate this matter and bring the thieves to justice. There is a final matter to discuss. A sensitive topic.
Though it's impossible to gauge from his expression, Tunon seems more wary than usual.
In spite of the many shortcomings of Vendrian's well, you managed to make a name for yourself. You proclaimed an Edict of Kairos, resolved its demanding conditions, and ascended the mountain spire. Any one of these feats would be worthy of recognition by the highest authority. You managed to accomplish 3.
Tunon hovers in observance, awaiting a response. I was only doing my job, Your Honor. I am in a privileged position to accomplish incredible deeds. Just another day in the life of a Fatebinder. Oh, since I'm going disfavored, I'm gonna stick with the whole loyalty thing and all that. My next playthrough, which will be right after this one, is gonna be more about me. Like, fuck everybody else. So.
Your sense of obligation to your role is admirable, but modesty will not recommend you to the task ahead. Whether by design or by accident, you have captured the attention of Kairos' army and the local tiersmen alike. This is no small opportunity, and the court charges you with exploiting your new standing to its fullest potential. You have a title in our hierarchy. However, it's a little-known secret that one's standing in the world is determined by their infamy, their deeds, and how they come to be known. Mind this notion as you bring justice to this lawless frontier. There may come a time when your deeds speak for you louder than any title. Whatever you did to capture the attention of the masses at Vendrian's Well, I would encourage you to do so again.
I understood. I will be known as a champion of justice. I look forward to chaining chaos to my will. Great deeds will define me.
Good. It falls to us to set a new standard for these southern barbarians. You are dismissed. Should the court have need of your presence, you will receive word. Go forth and do my bidding, and bring glory and honor to the tiers in Kairos' name.
Tunon raps his gavel against the floor, the singular note resounding throughout the hall. In my head. Let's see, where are we going? I'm sure you have most of his stuff. Wheel of Ages, combo ability, 1 per rest. To create a slowing aura around a party member, foes within range of the aura are slowed. Party members outside the aura suspended. Do I have it or do I almost have it? Swords and javelins emerge from Barrack's armor and fly into a cloud of iron above the Fatebinder. These weapons begin to rain down in a storm around the Fate Binder, damaging nearby enemies. Damn. Verse, I got both of her things, loyalty and fear. Death from above. Launch Verse into the air, allowing her to unleash a series of well-aimed arrows into the target from above. Each of these arrows strikes true and has armor penetration. Fury's Rage. It's actually kind of cool.
Will do.
Faint Binder Nunoval. Tune on favor 1. Ah, Zanil Kor. You return unscathed and more acclaimed than ever, as seems to be your way. The Fate Binder of War claps you good-naturedly and with excessive strength on the back. Come, you must regale me with all that your journey has held. I could use a moment of respite between friends. He regards you with a warm, boisterous smile. Speak as you wish. I'd pay a boar's weight in rings to know your thoughts. He rakes a hand through his thick red beard and offers you a grin. Come, let us speak freely. How were you singled out to become a Fate Binder? I cannot speak for the other Fate Binders, but I joined the court when I was yet still a boy and impetuous beyond reason. I had been imprisoned with a death sentence for the crime of desecrating corpses. Fantastic. He laughs hard and hearty. It was nothing so exciting as you're no doubt imagining. I was merely burning corpses that awaited burial. Before the local authority could see me to the gallows, the adjudicator claimed me a great talent waiting to be realized, needing only to be steered. Why burn the bodies? Corpses piling in the streets spread plague faster than the filthiest of rats. I was but 10 and a weak fighter. I did what I could for my homeland. Why was it a crime? There was a time when even the Northmen were of superstitious stock, a time before Kairos brought reason to the realms. The people of my city believed that, without proper rites, I was cheating our fallen warriors from returning to the land. It's a good thing Tunon spared you. As I have said, the adjudicator saw within me something of great value, as is true for us all. You as well were chosen for our great court, for which I am grateful. As a Fate Binder of War, I rely heavily on your talents. Let's talk about something else. I'm curious about Tunon's masks. They can be rather unsettling, can't they? Even to one such as me. But I can assure you, the innocent need not fear their objective, emotionless in gaze. What of the adjudicator's mask specifically would you like to know? I want to know about the silent face. The silent face is the face that Tunon shows to us now, and for that we are fortunate beyond belief. The silent face is a patient face, a face for listening, as Tunon presides over all matters brought to the court, taking great pains to ensure all sides of an issue are heard. I want to know about the face of resolve. Second. Tunon's last known dawning of the face of resolve was the moment he judged and called ruin to half the districts in the bastard city. Since then, he has ruled our northern tier justly, calmly, and with efficient diplomacy. I want to know about the face that is no more. Tunon is said to have worn a third mask in aeons past. I have heard rumor that the face displeased Kairos and thus was destroyed, as happens to all persons and objectives that displease our overlord. Have you ever seen Tunon change his masks? In the way that you or I would change our raiment? No, not as such. And yet, I have seen the masks shift. They switch without the adjudicator or anyone so much as laying a hand on them. It's not something you can watch unfold. After a time, you merely realize it has already happened. There is work enough for the court that we shouldn't occupy ourselves over wondering over mysteries. Let's talk about something else. Could you remind me of the history and origin of the Fate Binders? Yeah, sure, let's do that. Since we are a Fate Binder, it's nice to know exactly what and who we are. The seasoned warrior rubs a finger against the line of stubble along his cheek. God, I can't read. I don't understand this. I read really well. I don't know. I'm all fucking tripping over myself. We are a relatively young order, and though we have spanned these past 2 centuries, while the voices in the Rot and Graven Ash need armies to execute their will, Tunon wields but a modest court of vassals, who exist as the extension of his law. There is no place in all of Taratus beyond our judgment. Taratus or Taratus? Taratus, that sounds weird. I don't know. I have to hear one of these fuckers say it. No place in all Taratus beyond our judgment. Tell me more about about Kairos' armies, or allies. Ah yes, with friends like these, our work is often self-explanatory. Were you asking about the Scarlet Chorus or the Disfavored? Let's ask about the Scarlet Chorus. Scarlet Chorus soldiers hail from every corner of every realm. As the chorus marches, it conscripts indiscriminately from those it has conquered to replenish its ranks. There's no continuity of command in the chorus. Narat encourages even the strong to challenge their leaders. But the chorus has numbers, and brute force is almost always a viable solution, much as Regulus insists otherwise. Besides, the Scarlet Chorus draws strength from the multitudes it swallows. Its blood chanters have taken knowledge from various tiers mystics, and many of the chorus's best soldiers were grown here in the south. What about the Disfavored? The Disfavored are the iron tip of Kairos' great phalanx. Armed with the best weapons, the most comprehensive training, and led by the brilliant Graven Ash, the Disfavored have no equals in open battle. The Legion has a saying, Graven Ash protects, and it's no empty boast. The Archon of War is able to lend his will and strength to his soldiers and give them endurance beyond human limits. I have great respect for the Disfavored, but I know where I stand with them. They are a very close-knit band, all of them from northern families, many of them related to each other. Nunavol sighs to smile wistful. But considering our role in the great hierarchy, I can't fault General Ash for being selective. I would hear of your past victories in the war or of recent events. Have you not yet tired of my tales, on Okor? I do admit I never tire of telling them. He laughs hearty and deep. Very well then, let me champion the feast of my conquest and let the glory of Kairos' reign fall on any ears that would hear of it. You may be interested to know that as of late I've entreated a forge-bound smith to craft me an iron sword, one he claims will not break in battle. However, rather unfortunately, there appears to be an extended period of delay for the delivery of goods promised, even for a Fate Binder. Should I tell him I've claimed the fucking spire? I feel like I shouldn't. Fuck it. In favor. Haha. Works. So the court's whispers are true. The Fate Binder rubs his fingers along the underside of his chin, pondering his thoughts with great weight. After a moment, he offers you a wistful sort of smile. Someday I would like to witness for myself this tower that has risen above the realms like a blade thrust into the sky. Looks like we've talked his ear off. We're at favorite 2 with Tunon. Fate Binder Callio. Zon Elcor, I see you've returned to the fold. Your exploits in Vendrian's Well are the matter of some discussion. The Fate Binder of Balance regards you with a discerning eye. For a moment you feel as if she is trying to peer into the very depths of your mind. What can I do for you? Callio touches a gentle hand to your shoulder. Has anything happened while I was away? There have been whispers that Cairn grew disloyal to Graven Ash's command during the campaign in Azure. I took up the mantle of investigation near Plains Gate and, judging the rumors to be true, dispatched Cairn by proclaiming Kairos' Edict of Stone. The very earth turned against the traitorous Archon as the region split asunder in righteous judgment. People are just... guess this should be expected when you're the bad guys. Let's see. You seem to know much of my actions. Have you been spying on me? Don't act so surprised. It's my duty to ensure that those who operate under the Adjudicator's name adhere to the spirit of his law, if not the very letter. And those who don't will be dealt with swiftly and efficiently at the point of Bleden's mark. Bleden marks blade. The Fate Binder slips a slim dagger from the folds of her purple garb, flipping the weapon almost idly in the air. Of course, that is assuming I don't dispatch them first. I take my duty seriously, and I am very, very good at it. How have you occupied your time in the Bastard City? Tunon sends me on assignments here and there. I settle disputes between the locals when the Adjudicator is otherwise occupied. She smirks. Everything from trade disagreements to pushing chorus squatters out of basements. Real rewarding work. She waves it off. The glory of war is not an honor reserved for the likes of us. We're the fish swimming in Tunon's wake, picking up scraps along the way. We're rather large and imposing compared to the bottom feeders of the tiers, but fish all the same. I'd like to know more about Tunon. Tunon is our overlord's fair and exacting adjudicator. He speaks with the voice of Kairos' law, and his word is judgment. All of this and more you can learn by asking him yourself. Go on, or does he intimidate you still? I jest, of course. I have some concerns about the war. You are free to share them in my confidence. She leans in closer. Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright. Oh, it was getting warm in here. I had to put on some shorts. I had sweats on. I'm dying. Our armies squabble at each other's throats. Divided, we cannot win. I'm less concerned about the armies than the Archons themselves. There can be no order when mountains collide. Who would you see as champion? This favored our elite troops will bring us to victory. The Scar Chorus and their ruthlessness will win this war. Neither, they're both at fault and equally inept. Is favored. There is wisdom behind your reasoning. Wars are won through cunning, strategy, and strength. The disfavored are outmatched only in number on the battlefield. Considering their opposition, Ash and his soldiers more than make up the difference. So, we've talked her ear off. Now the Fatebinder Rogalus, I guess. Fatebinder Rogalus. Fatebinder, you return. Rogalus looks you up and down with an inscrutable expression. You look as if you have questions for me to untangle. Ask. I am feeling generous. Generous? The fuck? I can't talk today. Hold on. Don't like. There we go. Alright. Tell me about some of the past Archons. Yeah, sure. Nox Miria, the Archon of Pestilence, was disliked in her circles. When she opened her eyes to see and her mouth to speak, it is said that flies would gust into the air, swarming so thick as to blacken the sky. She died in the 20th year of her birth, following a string of unusual and grotesque symptoms. That's disgusting. It is pretty gross. Where did you study when you were younger? I don't know why I would ask that. I've been a ward of the court for as long as I've been aware. As a child, I demonstrated wholly perfect recall, and I observed all that Tunon and my tutors had to offer. I remember hating all the lectures and wishing I could learn at my pace. Funny how I envied the sages of the Tears, how they could spend their whole lives reading and never exhaust their library. Of course, now the Vellum Citadel is nothing more than a burning waste. Yeah, that was me. It was me. I did that. What do you think about the other Fatebinders? You'll need to be more specific than that, I'm afraid. There is, on last count, slightly more than a handful of us. What's your opinion of the Fatebinder of War? Nunaville's keen, brash, and a hardy braggart with a fondness for bloodshed. He can be utterly unbearable at times. His justice is fair, even if he skews toward rather exacting and uncompromising punishments at times. What is your opinion of the Fatebinder of Balance? Callio's the finest among us. Her discernment is beyond reproach, and she is perhaps Tunon's favorite. I think I'm Tunon's favorite, right? She has a mind for suspicion and observation that makes others uneasy. We who operate within the confines of the law have nothing to fear, of course. What is your opinion of me? You follow an orderly path, regimented and organized, perhaps too orderly for our station, but that is neither here nor there if you execute your job with wisdom. Be sure you don't stray to the path of chaos. Down that way lies rebellion. Let's talk about something else. Can you tell me about the old walls and the Bane? Alright, well, let's find out about this shit. Because it looks like the spires are connected. Tell me about the old walls. Or are they not? I gotta look at the map again. We know little enough about the ancient structures, save that they predate all historical record. The forbidding ruins crisscrossed the Tiers and North alike centuries before we raised our cities. The only one old enough to guess is likely Kairos. Okay, tell me about the Bane. The Bane are found in the old walls, but much of their defining qualities still escape me. They are creatures of smoke, claw, and fang. If you find yourself unfortunate enough to fight one, remember that spells are effective against them, but grab the attention of others lurking near. Fantastic. I'd like to know more about the Tiers. The political entities of the Tiers are essentially split between the Bastard Tier, the Younger Realms, and the Free Cities. Of which would you like to know? What can you tell me of the Bastard Tier? The Bastard Tier is the most northern of the Tiers and was the first to bow to Kairos' reign, though the knee they bent fell unwillingly. Kairos had his eye on the Bastard City for many years before he marched on her capital city. This is the hub of trade and commerce. Claim the markets and the people will follow. I'm curious to know about the Younger Realms. The Younger Realms sprawl the middle and southernmost tiers and can be cataloged as follows: Apex, Azure, Haven, and Stalwart. Azure was known for its exceptionally fertile land, which fed the whole of the tiers. That was before Kairos' Edict of Stone blighted the land. Stalwart is also worth mention, for it comprises the whole of the southernmost tier and proves the toughest and most defensible of the realms. It is often said that the other realms will not fall while Stalwart yet stands. The local army wages bitter war against the disfavored, though the Edict of Storms has cut off the best of their defenses. It is only a matter of time before Stalwart falls. I'd like to hear about the free cities. There are 3 free cities remaining: Last Harbor, Spiral's Maw, and Barris and Chains. The first and strongest of the free cities was the Setting Sun, which Kairos crushed in 429 with the Edict of Tumult. After that, the remaining free cities were quick to surrender. Back to my previous questions. I want to talk about the sages. I will not speak of the sages. They are no better than charlatans and cons, wholly selfish in their ill pursuit to hoard all knowledge from others. They are self-blinded by their own deceptions and clever manipulations. They alone cause their own undoing and are solely to blame for the burning library, one of the most grievous of wrongs in the known histories, for which they can never be forgiven. Alright, farewell. Alright, so we talked to those guys. Anyone else? Court officer. The lady. Let's go talk to the disfavored, see what they have to say. Hey, there's Aurora. Didn't think I'd make it out of that past live. You've done well for the Legion, Fatebinder. Sevius. Anything beats a prolonged siege, hey Fatebinder? Enjoy the war while you can. Alright. And Albatronus. Fatebinder, the lieutenant gives you a curt nod. I'm ill at ease in this polished hall, but I admit that it's a reprieve from the battlefield and training grounds. If Ash needs me to stay here and represent his interests throughout the occupation, then I'll be up to the task. It can't be worse than our days in Lethia's Crossing. Joking aside, you were generous to grant the disfavored control over the city. Even the Iron Legion needs a break from the front every once in a while. Let's see, where am I at with disfavored? 5. Not bad. Oh, let's go talk to the Scarlet Corps. These guys hate me. Bitter quip. He ignores you with a stern and distant expression. Mocking blaze. I'd immolate you right where you stand if it weren't for Tunon breathing down our necks. And blood mulch. Fatebinder, you're no stranger to Tunon's court, but I prefer to spend as little time here as possible. In spite of these closed walls, I feel strangely exposed. He glances up at Tunon. Fair warning, when you backed Ash, you were as good as signing your death warrant, but we shouldn't discuss such matters in a court of law. You'll make our time in the tiers an interesting one, won't you? He smiles for an uncomfortably long time. Of course you will. Alright, punk. You can get wrecked. What are all these nobles doing in Tudon's court? She smirks and shakes her head, trying to look brave, I warrant, but if you crane an ear to any of the conversations, you'll hear a different tale. 3 years since Tunon set up shop in the Bastard City. We're still getting used to our new masters, and figuring out what we can and can't ask of them. She nods to the assembled nobles. These are smart, ring-plenty folk. The way they approach Tunon, you'd think they were raised under a tyrant's lash. Some have come to settle a grievance, others to pledge fealty. I've been standing around long enough to know that the adjudicator doesn't care for empty gestures. How has the Bastard City fared since the conquest? The armies claimed the city in a quieter, more organized manner than I might have expected. I can credit them that much, to be sure. We suffered our share of hardships, but it seems that Kairos wants us alive. That's a more generous outcome than some of us were led to believe. Brings a noble like yourself to Tunon's court. A frown cracks your pleasant demeanor. Like the rest of the frightened inbreds here, I came to see Tunon and ask him to right a wrong. My manor was destroyed during the conquest. I told the adjudicator my woes, but we didn't exactly see eye to eye. Tell me of yourself. I'm the daughter of a noble house. We were wealthy enough to live in the city, but our means beyond that were limited. My mother dealt in fish, textiles, and bronze. By the time I inherited, the business was taking care of itself. Of course, all that has changed. Thistleholm is no more, and my name has none of its former weight. Even if we were still in business, Kairos' law would stifle our trading rights. Perhaps it's better this way. Among other things, Kairos' laws of quota and sharing meticulously regulates tradable goods. Permits are issued to deserving merchants on an annual basis, but their allowances circulate by a design known only to Kairos and Tunon. A former wool peddler may be restricted to selling only copper, and the subsequent year trade fresh vegetables. What is this home? A great sigh deflates her. It was my family's ancestral hall. The oldest stones dated back to the years when the bastard city was not but a dozen roofs and wagons clustering for warmth. Compared to the houses of the great lords, it was nothing special. Age had softened the wood, and its queer placement in the warehouse district set it apart from the finer grounds where lords and ladies strolled for amusement. It was a mess, but our mess all the same. I'd invite you over for tea, something stronger even, but it would only disappoint. You'll find naught there but a gaping hole. What happened? Collateral damage happened. When the adjudicator cast his judgment on the bastard city, he destroyed the districts of the corrupt merchant kings, their manors, their counting houses, and yes, their warehouses. Aged, dignified Thistleholm collapsed as a massive sinkhole opened under her foundation. The bastard city's laws may not have been perfect by Kairos' standards, but my family followed them with respect and never took a copper ring more than we deserved. I can't help but feel that my estate was not the criminal Tunon had in mind during his sentencing. So what are you going to do next? That's the question, isn't it? I appealed to the adjudicator, thinking he would see reason. After considering my case for all of 8 seconds, he awarded me a belt of rings and a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. Tunon told me to build anew and start farming. Farming. Can you believe that? She shakes her head. It's not even that I'm opposed to the labor, but we're in a war. I can't have the scarlet cords breathing down my neck, raiding my crops, and Kairos knows what else. Tunon's word, Kairos' laws are made to serve the masses, not the individual. I can appreciate that, especially when they're suffering or corruption on a grand scale. It all makes sense on parchment, doesn't it? I come from a long line of smart, ring-savvy merchants, but even I can't reconcile Tunon's justice with Kairos' law. There's something wrong about it. Maybe Tunon knows something I don't, or maybe... What do you mean? People coming for justice, they usually get a version of it, but it's Tunon's version, not theirs. Half of the time, they don't even get what they wanted out of a ruling in their favor. She shakes her head. The deed to a farm, for instance. Not to put my own ignorance on display, but if more people knew how Kairos' laws work, they might not come here seeking a ruling at all, even a fair one. Tunon is a servant of law, but he's the overlord's vassal as much as any of us. Sometimes it seems like he's uses his position to twist everything in the Empire's favor. We're just pieces on a board, and he can move us wherever the law justifies that we stand. That doesn't sound, well, legal. I don't need money. Suppose not. The Bastard City used to have the laws of women and mankind, but now we have the laws of the Overlord. The people will get accustomed to it in time, and so will I. Good day, Fatebinder. Oh. Who the hell? Blood and Mark. Welcome back, kid. Amusing as it was, as amusing as it would have been to watch the edict drop. I guess I'm glad you lived. Blood and Mark, Archon of Shadows, rouses from a faraway stare, turning to face you with a very wry smile. Though he stands still, he seems to sift in and out of the shadows that shroud him. Here you threw your rings on Graven Ash's side. Not a bad bet to pick the Archon of War. But tell me the truth, did you go with Ash because it seemed like the right thing to do, or because supporting the voices was the worst option? I was not about to hand the control to the Archon of Secrets. Don't trust the voices? Looks like you do have brains. All that matters is that the edict of execution was stayed. Those stationed at Vendrian's Well should be thanking you for their lives. Now I assume you're off to go meet with Ash, but first you and I need to have a little chat. Listening. Everyone's keeping an eye on you because you did something nobody has done before. Got a guess as to what that might be? The first Fatebinder to cage in war against an allied soldiers, and the first Fatebinder to proclaim 2 edicts. The first to resolve an edict before its consequences came to pass. The first Fatebinder to awaken a spire of the old walls. I'm the first person taking an evasive stance against your rhetorical questions. I guess I'm the first Fatebinder Kairos decided to promote to some position of authority. Not wrong, I was definitely shocked, but I doubt it's the sole reason you've made the tears tremble. Proclaiming an edict isn't new, neither is surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict, but you're the first to proclaim you resolved the very same edict and it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived your second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and awoke an arcane structure that had slept for several centuries. Now I go on your short list of people who stand out as potential problems. More or less. Mostly more. Dangerous grin. I don't care what you do with the information, but you should know the danger you're in now that you've put yourself on the map. Sticking with the disfavored is a smart idea, kid. At least smarter than getting mixed up with the Archon of Secrets. You'll never really be one of them, but if you value Ash's words, they'll serve you the best they can. Thanks for the advice. The Archon of Shadow shrugs to you in farewell, but his golden eyes are alight with interest as he watches you. Let's see real quick. Is that Lithium's Crossing? Is that where we're headed? Let's look at our journal really quick. Meet Graven Ash at Ironhearth. Let's go talk to Graven Ash before we head to Lethian's Crossing. So, to Ironhearth we go.
I'd say that's worth the second glance.
Hey. Yo, just calling. Still of life regenerating. What is this? It's a staff. Stand for control life, regenerating +1 health every 6 seconds. This staff of tree branches is regenerating sap. That might go to Landry. I don't know. I'll take it though. Let's talk to some of these people. Fox Trick, who's this? Kind of you to stop and chat. I'm in a sticky situation and no one in my gang is alive or around to help me out. No, discard the course. What the fuck are you doing here? Stop wasting the Fatebinder's time. He has better things to do than to listen to some criminals mewling. I'll be the judge of that. Tell me your problem, soldier. Thanks for hearing me out. This favorite aren't Kingdom conversation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. It's impossible to get a word in edgewise. Soldiers caught me outside a breach in the old walls. That's it. I wasn't inside. I hadn't stuck my toe through the threshold, and I wasn't dancing with any bane. I have a healthy relationship with self-preservation. Then why were you arrested? You're only hearing one side of the story, Fatebinder. Our scouts observed this wretch readying to enter the old walls. Her account was flawed, her guilt witnessed by multiple trustworthy northerners. Soldier makes a point of standing extra straight when he addresses you. I'm sorry, is readying to enter the best you have? Because I could just as easily argue that you're readying to get knifed between your shoulder blades, but it doesn't account for shit until I see blood and bronze. They ain't going to the old walls, case closed. Mutual cooperation. If you ask me, this prisoner has already been tried and sentenced, but if this little game will silence her caterwauling, then be my guest. 1 second. Just Bobby Buck Nasty. Alright, let's see. This little game of science or caterwauling to be my guest. I'll stand by your decision. It couldn't land me any more worse than this. What were we doing outside of the old walls? My gang went inside as I tried to tell the disfavored clods 100 times over. I shouted myself raw, trying to get them back out, but the gang was having none of it. Our leader discovered the breach and got himself excited over the chance of finding treasure. Try as I might, I couldn't talk him out of it. I wasn't there, of course, but I'm familiar with the arrest record. There was no gang, just a lone opportunist out to make her fortune breaking Kairos' laws. The scouts could tell just by looking at her that she was headed for the breach. She's a fire one, put up quite a fight when they took her in custody. I have no reason to doubt the charge. Never. I grew up in the tears. Even we knew better than to go inside the old walls. If not because of Kairos' law, because the things lurking inside were like to eat us. Whatever you find in the shadow of those ruins, it's not worth the risk. What was your gang doing in the old walls? Causing trouble, looting, no more or less than what gangs do. Our boss was obsessed with holding his position, which is healthy when you're in the Scarlet Chorus. When he came to the conclusion that the old walls might have some powerful artifacts, he resolved himself to find one at all costs. Funny to see a guy so wrapped up in survival trying to get himself killed. Typical behavior from someone who isn't confident in their leadership. Makes for a nice self-fulfilling prophecy when their own gang takes them down. See, she understands. Any idea where your gang is now? I never saw them make it out of the old wall, so either they did or they didn't. My money's on the latter. If they made it out, they aren't wasting their breath trying to find me, so fuck them. I like the attitude. If I had a mind to recruit, she would be my second or third. Teacher gang caused the breach in the old walls. What? Are you kidding me? It would either take incredible force or incredible magic to bash through that ancient barrier. We had neither at our disposal. Either one of Kairos' edicts or some local mage caused the breach. Whatever ruling you make, don't pin that on me. Barrick, I'm inclined to agree. Don't make the mistake of giving this one too much credit. What's a favorable ruling worth to you? Love to help you there, but this favor took everything I had. Pity I had a mountain of rings that I would have split. I think I met your friend over there. The young lady was captured with some rusted weapons and a pittance of rings. I would hardly call that a mountain. I don't want to piss off the other people. Legal technicalities are my favorite kind. Go rejoin the war effort with a new gang recruit. Start your own if you have to. If you have a mind to. That's an order. Yes, ma'am. If you were gathering a force, I'd kill my way into your good graces. Pity you have to settle for less. This goes against my orders and my reason, but I cannot argue the ruling of Tunon's agent. I'll let you go. Try and stay out of trouble. I'll stay out of the old walls, but that's all I can promise. Alfonso, the disfavored soldier chuckles with the disdain of the Scarlet Chorus fighter. Consider it, not for a second. We pick our soldiers from elite northern families. We don't recruit from flies buzzing over a mass grave. Halfway's dead. That's his name. Are the disfavored so narrow-minded? My gang strength delivered us across half a dozen battles with a line of fallen enemies in our wake. Not many conscripts can say the same. The question is not a matter of your skill, but of your breeding, your training, your pedigree. Noticing you, the Iron Guard salutes. Hail, Graven Ash, Fatebinder. Hail, Graven Ash, Fatebinder. If I might take a moment of your time, what do you need? This person comes representing a Scarlet Corps gang. What did you call yourselves again? The Grinning Bleeders. We have a long and storied reputation in the Scarlet Corps ranks. Killers of the highest order, my gang. He puffs up his chest with a pride. Before I was boss here, I ran with the Broken Shits, the Salty Nightmares, and Trap Gang. Everyone made a name for themselves during the war. Verse, you made up at least 2 of those gangs, and don't even bother denying it. Just be careful what names you toss around when there's a former boss standing within earshot, you little pissant. One of the snaps up at the verse, so kind of you to chime in with your corrections. In any case, he's asking to join the disfavored, which is out of the question. I've explained the numerous reasons why we can't allow it, but the rest won't listen. Is that accurate? It is. We're not looking for special treatment, just a new beginning. Seeing as we're healthy, fit, and combat ready, the Ironclad should have no reason to refuse us, especially since they're low on numbers. That may be true, but it's no excuse to pollute our respectable ranks with your company. We're more than capable. Put any weapon in our hands or send us on any suicide mission. It'll be mercy compared to what we faced under the voices of Norat. That much is true, at least. There's something to be said for a general who isn't going to gut you in your sleep because it suits his flair for the artistic. Those are the first fair words I've heard you speak about General Ash. Perhaps you're coming around. Then you can count on them being the last, you overfull midden pile. If we joined up, the disfavored wouldn't have to compromise their staunch northern morals. We would take the bloody work off their hands. Do you want me to decide the matter? You must know Kairos' law is back to front, and I trust you know our tradition as well. If it peels this lamprey off my backside, I'll allow it. Speaking for my gang, we'll accept your judgment. We're eager to crack some tearsman's skulls with Kairos' army again, no matter what color they wear. Let me take your testimony first. Of course, I have nothing to hide. Why can't the recruits join the disfavored? Most of us would rather swallow our tongues than take orders from some rigid officer who talked his way into leadership, but to each their own. Where do I start? Not only does Graven Ash handpick his disfavored from the decorated northern stock, he takes a personal interest in our training and education. We are his sons and daughters. To accept anything less in our ranks would hold the very process in contempt. The only capacity they could serve would be manual labor, hauling wagons or digging latrines, but that's the work of slaves and not what they've come requesting. Why this interest in the disfavored? Better training, better quarters, iron weapons. The disfavored have everything we wanted out of joining the military. We want to serve Kairos to the best of our abilities. Is that asking too much? The old Ironclad here seems to think so. Their respect for command leaves something to be desired. Our old gang boss fell out at the last battle of Vineyards Well. We saw how the disfavored operated and realized it was a chance for a better life, a longer one too. Desertion happens every day in the Scarlet Corps. I can tell you that we won't be missed. He says that like he's boasting. Only the shitheel recruits who never make a name for themselves are overlooked at muster. You abandon your duties. Execution is the only recourse. That was an optional deal. Tuno doesn't tolerate desertion, and neither do I. Make this derelict. Make sure this derelict is handled properly. You have my permission to hunt the rest of the gang as well. To be sure, the officer nods with you. Our gang, one gang cut off from the rest of the mob, should make for an easy enough hunt. The marchers are in desperate need of target practice. Tell me about the Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant. Seems our troops have this little maggot of a Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant cornered over at Cato Village. From what I'm hearing, it's the same guy who's been ransacking our caravans the past few weeks. If I wasn't already handling something for Ash, I'd go and skin the filth myself. You being here simplifies matters. Make sure this lieutenant doesn't leave the village with his life. I'll handle it. Give you to pitch in. No one will mourn the loss of one more chorus rat.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
Do you have eyes on this?
You must be the fate binder of Tunon, to his favorite Iron Walker bows. Welcome to Iron Earth. I'm sure that Graven Ash appreciates any help you can offer. Circumstances have a way of coming together so that the disfavored are always stretched thinner than we would like. What can I do for you? Why are the disfavored so overlooked? Shows her palms together and frowns. We're trying to shoulder the brunt of this civil war without the strength of numbers. The Scarlet Chorus can throw 1,000 disposable bodies at an issue without a second thought, but we're forced to be a little more discriminating. We might be trained to deal with the stress of combat and all-night drills, but we're fatigued even by the high standard we set for ourselves. She studies you in a cautious manner. Not that I need to burden an agent of the court with my misgivings. Once the war is over and the tears are properly subdued, my hope is that Kairos dispatches some relief troops to support the occupation. We all deserve a season of rest. That's very generous of you to say, Fairman. I'm grateful to know that someone is listening. Where were you during the conquest? After the Edict of Storms hit, I spent some time among the ruins of Stalwart, digging out survivors from the Legion. Afraid I didn't find much. She glances up at Barrick. You must have moved on by then, or else we would have assembled a team to excavate you. My prison moved with me. There was no reason to tarry. He bows his head respectfully. I still think about the brothers and sisters we left behind. Sometimes I can imagine that I hear their voices carrying on the wind. And I'll be on my way. Oh wow. Bronze dagger is just so much better. That's what you just got. Even though you're not a fully fledged disfavored recruit, and I've been authorized to grant you purchasing rights from our store within certain limits, of course. Would like to see what we have. What limits are those? It's nothing personal, I assure you. Gravenash wants us to control our supplies without restricting access to his army supporters like yourself. The finest arms and freshest provisions are reserved for the soldiers under his direct command. I'm sure you understand. The Archon takes our protection very seriously. As Dunon's vassal, I'm sure that you're afforded certain luxuries that don't extend to us. The same goes for the disfavored. Archon Ash recruited us from the Northern Empire, so we're subject to his favor, such as his right. Let's see. Binding Oath. Martyr. What is that? I think this is going to go to you, buddy. Oh, yeah. Although, Sigil of Life, what is that? Plus 10 control life. Oh, that's not that big of a deal. Melee attack and a ranged attack. It's just better overall. You can have two? I didn't know you can use two. Oh, well shit. The javelin is melee and throw. See, I like some of these. Bound dagger. Interesting dagger. Let's see. Lightweight. Minus 10% recovery time. It's 15% critical damage multiplier. quick. Petrified. Spike. Fate Binder. It's good of you to report in. These days, it is difficult enough to judge friend from foe. I am pleased to recognize you as the former of the two. Ash favors you with a curt nod. I see you brought the voices in the rot spying horde on my doorstep. Lest you think me amused by your irresponsible conduct, know that I am not. Versus useful ally, I need her on my side. Loyalty reverse. At least until we get tired of each other. Don't worry, old man. I'm not going to drive a blade into your spine. Not while you're wearing a breastplate as thick as the old walls anyway. Graven Ash glares at Verse and returns his fear expression back to you. His mouth is set to this per line. He seems on the brink of saying more, but waves off the matter. After what transpired at Vendrian's Well, the disfavored must hold fast to our allies. You are here because of your support at the siege. But I don't mistake your confidence for devotion. The Scarlet Chorus would not have you. Oh, whoops. There's Bobby. Alright, I'll be right back. And while I'm gone, enjoy these tunes.
you now.
Alright, sorry about all that. Had unexpected guest came by and gave me a whole bunch of stuff. So, I mean, that's always fun, right? So, alright, let's get back to it, shall we? Alright. After what transpired, Avengers welded as favored must hold fast to our allies. You are here because of your support at the siege, but I don't mistake your confidence for devotion. The Scarlet Corps would not have you. I'm here to serve as favored and stop the Civil War. Hope you can convince me that I made the right choice. Tunon is my master, and he stands above your petty squabbles. With Tunon's claim laid over you, I cannot grant you a seat of honor at the disfavored table, but in service to my legion, I warrant you and accomplish more than your humdrum legal proceedings in the adjudicator's court. He grimaces at the thought, banishing it with a wave. What does it require? How can I continue my service of the disfavored? I want to know more about the disfavored. Oh, whoops. Sorry, y'all. I got a phone call I need to take real quick. Looks like the wife called. Alright, sorry about that once again. Oh. Here we go. Alright, let's get this party started. We are more than a mere army. I ensure that the disfavored legion represent everything we hold dear in the North. Rigid discipline, training to perfection, respect for law, and the importance of family. As conquerors, it is our duty to teach the savage lands not just how to live up to the values the Empire sets, but how to live for them. What was the Legion's history? Just favorite too. As Kairos conquered the North under a single banner, there were those of us who resisted the call to unification. I was a young warlord at the time, petulant and inflated by pride. I rallied the sons and daughters of the North to stand against Kairos. Our offensive was valiant. We planted our shield wall between the armies of Kairos and our homeland, declaring that no tyrants would dare cross us. You actually stood against the Overlord. Unbelievable as it may seem in retrospect, that is so. At the time, I thought it the only available option. Bending the knee to a foreign power was not a prospect I could audience easily. Barrack. Our name suggests the army has a blemished history, but our uprising in defense of the North is a source of pride. Would that I could have stood in your shield wall, General. You were there in essence, my champion. The bloodline of Barraconan reaches into the deepest annals of northern lore, or else you would not count yourself among my beloved soldiers. Ashton inclines his head toward Barrack with reverence. We held our ground for a time, drawing the attention of others who would add their strength to ours. Every victory was discussed and celebrated by other warring factions that refused to submit. As you have witnessed, none can stand against Kairos. Eventually, my legion shattered against the relentless onslaught of Archons and soldiers. They brought me in chains before Tunon. He told me that enemies of Kairos would all be put to the sword unless I took that one opportunity to surrender and join the fold. What did you do? I made the most difficult choice of my career. A defiant heart still beat under my breastplate, and the blood of the North coursed through my veins, yet we were beaten all the same. Out of loyalty and love for my countrymen, I swallowed my pride and bent the knee, offering my sword and my life to the Empire. My army was granted the rights of Kairos' peace, and we lived on as servants of the Overlord. Since we had transgressed and rebelled against the offering of Kairos' protection, my elite legion was stripped of their decorated name and dubbed disfavored. A mocking reminder of our past crimes. Even as we stand above all others in the ways of war, we struggle to earn back Kairos' favor. Every soldier in my legion is descended from those who stood with me during the rebellion. I keep them close to me because they were the finest northern stock, and their continued lineage is a reminder of Kairos' mercy. That goes for you as well, child of the North. By your unwavering loyalty and respect for our heritage, you are beloved in my eyes. He nods at Barrier. Verse, disgusting. I hope you don't expect me to listen to this sentimental drivel much longer. You sound jealous, Verse. Maybe you just don't know how it feels to be favored by an Archon? Nor would I want to. If the voices Narat takes an interest in you, that's one step closer to having your skin flayed and sewn into his tent. Tell me of the units. Most of the Legion is made up of stone shields. They are the bricks in our shield wall. The Iron Walkers are the trained and efficient killers who branch out from behind the phalanx to fight among the enemy ranks. Crescent Runners are the fleet-footed light infantry who bait the enemy into premature attack. The Oathbound are specialized scouts and advanced infantry. Then there are the Iron Guard, tempered in the forge of war, armored to survive any blow, and commanders of surpassing skill. The only other units are my Earthshakers, the former mages of Cairn, who command avalanches and harness nature's fury to our ends. We regard the Southerners with great severity. The South has squatted in willful ignorance of Kairos' superiority for so long that they don't deserve my respect. As the rest of the Empire coalesced into a united, shared culture, the Tearsmen prided themselves as distinct. We looked on them from afar with nothing but scorn. All that I see in the Tears confirms my bias. There is lawlessness, neglect, corruption, infighting, everything the vaunted North has disposed of through superior breeding and culture. You speak truth. We are here for the glory of Kairos, but also because we bear the burden of responsibility on our shoulders. If we did not teach the Tears a better way, then they would eventually destroy themselves from within. Of course, it's possible that these Tearsmen may come to enjoy all the best of Kairos' offering, but it will take generations of trial and the long-term eradication of culture as they know it, a worthy pursuit by any standard. Do this favorite have their own laws? I hold the Legion to a particular set of standards. We don't have laws as you would know them under Tunon's teachings, but every soldier in the Legion is aware of my expectations. The first, honor the Legion in thought and deed. I cannot allow atrocity or heinous crimes to drag my respectable Northmen into shame. I expect my soldiers to follow Kairos' mandates and conduct themselves respectably. The second, honor all oaths with your life. This respects the vows made to me as Archon and Kairos' overlord. There can be no formal marriage for the disfavored ranks. This to prevent any obligations higher than the military. My soldiers can pair up and sire offsprings if they wish. The North needs daughters and sons, and I would not force my countrymen to choose between family and loyalty. And last, honor your shield and weapon. The maintenance and care of arms and armor are critical to a soldier's success on the field. Of course, there are the rare expectations. How do you fare under that shell of iron, son of Bear Conan? The Archon regards Barrack with interest. Well enough, General. I know I'm not in top form, but I'm able to execute my duties with distinction. As you say, as you say. Let's talk about something else. I wanted to ask about your rebellion against Kairos. You're right to be curious about our history, but it concerns me that you would speak of rebellion. The battles of the past are centuries cold and hard as iron. The uprising of the past might inform our present efforts. You might at that. None of the squalling tearsmen could hold a candle to my efforts, but I would rather you marched forth understanding your enemy than not. So you want to hear how I decimated the armies of Kairos, built my legion around northern values, and achieved a measure of power? It's true that I accomplished such as northern warlord, but my life began in earnest under the overlord's tutelage. Who did you defeat during the rebellion? I defeated Bloodruin, the Archon of War at the time, by leading him into a trap. He must have been so consumed by the fury of the hunt that he overlooked a bit of hasty misdirection. Ash chuckles and shakes his head. Even the execution of that foe was nothing compared to the victory I would win later. I also defeated the Voices in the Rot. The General beams with pride. Strange to imagine that happening so many years ago. And here we are again. My legion nearly destroyed the Scarlet Chorus, humiliated them in fact. I suspect the Archon of Secrets is still licking his wounded pride. I wonder if he would remember the conflict differently. Or at all, for that matter. The Voice has a long memory, but a short attention span. His soldiers are disposable and unloved as anything can be. The Voices hold his pride and satisfaction in high regard. He's crafty enough that nothing can wound him deeply, though I seem to have earned the distinction. Was it like to assume the Archon of War's mantle? Well, at first I was unaware that I had assumed any power beyond my normal authority. It might seem obvious now, but war tends to confuse such things. I had no desire whatsoever to claim or accept such responsibility under Kairos. It took years for me to fully come to terms with my own surrender and subjugation. But if I was meant for any title in the honored hierarchy of Archons, war seemed an appropriate one for me. In truth, I think of myself more as a general and a father. Tell me about about fighting the Archons. We won many battles against the Archons, though we didn't the most damage against the Voices of Narat. He was by no means the only Archon to assault our shield wall. When the Archon of Entropy tarnished our weapons, we fought with wood. When the Archon of Sorrow sapped our fervor, we rallied around songs of the North. I dismantled their offensives, even though I lacked an Archon's education or experience. No doubt this is one of the reasons that Kairos singled me out to join the ranks. How did you rise to power? That tale is bound to the rebellion itself. I always inspired loyalty and devotion to my soldiers, but as the years wore on, I grew to love them in turn. Every stone shield was dear to me as a blood relation, and I would go to any lengths to see them succeed. As we know all too well, General, Barrack strikes a fierce salute. When we stood tall against Kairos, the men and women of my legion trained harder, much farther and endured more than even I had taught them. We were unstoppable. The soldiers credited me with this new advantage. I had given them my total commitment, and they felt protected and strengthened by my presence. At first, I thought it merely their nature that took to look to their leader for courage, but nay, they were the first to discover the truth. You mean your Aegis? You clearly paid attention during the conquest. My Aegis, so let's cover that. Graven Ash, Archon of Wars, capable of shielding his soldiers from injury and fatigue. This protective influence exerts itself even from far away or as he sleeps. If he sleeps, rumors disagree. Few understand how this Archon power works, but all who have faced the disfavored in battle will attest that Ash's soldiers can survive serious harm and shrug off the fatigue of starvation or long marches in heavy armor. When the disfavored are wounded, Ash's Aegis, as some refer to the Archon's unique power, appears to help the disfavored swiftly recuperate and return to battle. My Aegis, as it came to be called, covers my loyal soldiers in a protective shroud. They also have 10 times the endurance and coordination of a standard army and shrug off lethal blows without incident. At first, I attributed the performance of my legion to their training and breeding, but soon it became clear that something greater was afoot. I suspect this redoubled Kairos' interest in me. The power of an Archon is something to be nurtured or stamped out in accordance with Tunon's judgment. Once the forces of Kairos viewed my influence over the troops as a demonstrable threat, they resolved to put an end to my defiance once and for all. They sent every army they could spare after us, all but sacrificing the Scarlet Chorus in the process. Eventually, as all detractors do, even I fell. What happened next? They dragged me to Tunon's court in chains. I killed a dozen guards on the journey. If I was able to be shackled for the Overlord's delight, I would pay back the indignity in blood. When I knelt before the adjudicator and felt the force of his judging stare, my temper cooled, turning from anger to fear. Tunon offered me the terms of my own sentence. If I walked the path of insubordination, then the lives of my soldiers were forfeit. If I bent the knee to Kairos, an opportunity that would not present itself twice, then I would continue to serve my legion as their Archon. It was a difficult choice, but not so trying that it paralyzed me. My soldiers had not earned such glory to see it all snuffed out before their time. After I made the choice, Tunon invited me to a council of Archons, where my loyalties were affirmed and my place among their numbers sealed in a compact to Kairos. No sooner had I become an Archon to my soldiers than I became the Overlord's Archon of War. Verse. That's a pretty decent promotion and earned through a display of strength. Odd that he holds the chorus in such contempt. You already know the rest. My vaunted legion became disfavored. The Archons even forced me to cast off my northern surname. Graven was a joke at my expense, since I buried my pride in the past. I am a vassal of Kairos now, but the protection of my soldiers is secure. I have guided their family lines across generations, and the disfavored show no signs of slowing. Do you ever wish you had remained defiant? What? What is that, Fatebinder? I hope I didn't just hear you utter those words. You are going to finally ask an Archon these sorts of questions, Fatebinder. I would take care with how you address the General in the future. I only ask out of curiosity. You go too far questioning a general like this. Don't say you weren't warned. You deserve nothing. You think just because the adjudicator gives you a measure of authority that I am obligated to disclose my thoughts to the likes of a legal clerk? I am not as giving as Tunon. My trust is earned in your impertinence. Thinking you're warranted anything sours my estimate I had of your worth. I've never second-guessed my decision. Had I remained defiant, my beloved Northerners would have faced execution, and by my own hand, I would have followed them to the grave. The North fell to Kairos. I mourned for the old ways, even as I served the Conqueror's will, but over time we rose to become greater than a short-sighted warlord could ever dream. The next time you question my loyalty, remember that I have done in the name of the army and country. I am the Archon of War. If you seek an expert in backstabbing, perhaps you would be better served in the forces of the Rock Company. Hope we understand each other. Why even bother posturing for this one? He's hundreds of years old. We're just gnats swirling around about his head, quickly forgotten. Words are easier to forgive than actions, but take care that you don't offend me in the future. Your guileless questioning reeks of accusation, and most Archons will not heed difference. Tell me about your connection with your soldiers. I remember that his favor is as precious to me as a family. Their bloodlines are known and respected. Their performance in combat beyond every expectation, and I would go any length in their service. They call me General or Archon, yet I consider myself a servant and guardian of these excellent men and women. But I suspect that it isn't what you intended to hear. There's a deeper connection still, but to appreciate it, you must understand our history, my rebellion, and my rise to power. Our relationship to the Legion goes deeper than anyone outside of it can fully comprehend, and it goes both ways. Our love and devotion, protection envelops us. We are a shield wall unto each other. I am an Archon. Anything is possible. I can shield my devoted Legion from harm and strengthen the fall of any hammer or sword. Those who follow me have shrugged off blows that would kill average men, women, or men 10 times over. How is this connection possible? I could just as easily ask who built the old wall, so in the end it doesn't matter. I am protective of every soldier under my command, whether we share a tent or stand realms apart from each other. That doesn't change. Every member of my Legion feels the influence I exert on them, and I am aware of their condition down to the finest cut. Consequently, are you unwell inside there? Ash looks to Barrick with concern. No, Archon. I'm as fit and healthy as I ever was outside of this iron shell. Despite of Barrick's assurance, you can hear the lie in his voice. Very well then, I trust you'd visit me if you required my attention. Are there any negative repercussions? Ash regards your stoic silence, and for a time you can't decide if he's considering an answer or if you've offended him somehow. No, my soldiers are protected, strengthened, emboldened. In turn, I am secure in their safety. That is the way of my power. That is the way of my power and my Legion. Back to my previous question. Tell me more about yourself. I'm a family man. I've always believed that culture has grown from a family legacy and respect for the past. I've sired 4 children in my long life. Ashelrin, Priam, Amelia, and Brennix. I'm a general to my soldiers, but a father as well. They have my confidence, my love, and my trust. There is nothing more to give. My days on Tyranny span many more than any human lifetime, and on this journey I have learned much. It must be said that I have also grown stubborn. I believe that matters must be handled a particular way and see no reason to waver in those beliefs, as they are the product of my experience. Now my daughter's named Amelia, so let's tell me of Amelia. She has her father's stubborn persistence. She is an excellent fighter, though more brazen and eager to test herself on the field of battle. I have objected to this disposition in the past, but it seems as integral to her being as the very breath she draws. Amelia. She has been missing from the Legion since the fighting escalated in Stalwart. After her advanced detachment made their way into the depths of enemy territory, we lost contact. I fear for her, Fateminder. I fear for her daily, and not knowing has turned this war into a nightmare. Tell me about Ashelrin. My first and proudest accomplishment, what strength she had. During the conquest of the Northern Empire, she was slain by Blood Echo, the madman who once laid claim to the title of Archon of War. I would later cut his head from his shoulders with Ashelrin's broken sword. He continued to scream for minutes after the deed was done. I miss her to this day. Would that she had lived long enough to bring a family of her own into this world. Imagine me a grandfather. Who was Priam. My son, born to the life I enjoyed before I was Archon. He fell to a wasting illness caused by Pox, the Archon of Ruin. Disease was but one of many weapons wielded during the conquest of the North. Were he still alive, he would have sat at my right hand, for he was wise in counsel and strategy beyond his years, perhaps even beyond mine. Brennix. My youngest and most beloved, he was joyful and loving, a soldier like his father, and fiercely devoted to his countrymen. He told the most horrid jokes. But he was taken captive at Vengerins well and later died. I could feel his life at the moment it was extinguished. The circumstances were unusual. None of the quick violence brought about by blade or hammer. He died by some force that I cannot understand. I would not speak of this further. Yeah, something different. How can I continue my service of the disfavored? These are troubled times for all, but none more so than the forces of Kairos. Our disorganized defense has splintered. Loyalties are challenged at every level of command, and much that we have built during the conquest crumbles under its own weight. We had thought the Vendrian Guard were the final death rattle of this region's defiance. We were wrong. The Tears have risen up against Kairos, emboldened by their countrymen. And while the disfavored labor to maintain order, the serpent of voices of Narat grows his army of lunatics and sellswords, preparing to lash out when we least expect it. I can only imagine that the voices are driving his gangs mad with plots to storm this fortress. There could be no peace with the voice while the voice of Narat lives, and no order while the Scarlet Chorus rampage across these lands. The elimination of chaos must be our first priority. Then we will have our time to govern the Tears as Kairos intended. Can I depend on your support against this scourge? Tell me more of the uprising. I try not to bother myself with the details. These objectors will be dealt with and forgotten soon enough. I know of the Unbroken, a group of former stalwart miscreants that arose in the Blade Grave, arming themselves with a misguided sense of national pride. The Unbroken. The Unbroken Legion was the proud and accomplished army of the realm of Stalwart. Citing their victories as evidence of skill, they prided themselves on never facing defeat while fighting on home soil. After the Edict, the Storms tore apart Stalwart and twisted it into the Blade Grave. Barely a 20th of the Unbroken's former strength survived to continue the war against Kairos' forces. Beyond them, the dissonant elements of this fallen realm interest me a little. What would you have me do? Our position of authority in the Blade Grave is far from secure. We need to establish ourselves in the region in order to cultivate our strength for the battle to come. As soon as I am confident in our chances, we will depart this realm and wipe the Chorus threat from the face of Taratus. The Unbroken, former daughters and sons of Stalwart, vex our efforts to secure this region. The Edict of Storms offers them cover. They slip past their patrols in the light of day, hiding their movements behind clouds of dust and debris. Kairos cast this blight on the country to set an example, not to plague those of us loyal to the north. You must travel to the Sentinel Stand and seek out Stratus Herodin. He is the last of the old Stalwart bloodline who called themselves regents. Put him to the sword and end this edict once and for all. Who is Stratus Herodin? The last of an elder bloodline that ruled Stalwart and maintained its dignity. He's also a filthy coward. During the last battle of Stalwart, he crouched behind the walls of Sentinel Stand, Keep, and refused to meet our forces on the field of battle. Why is he so important to the edict? He would neither surrender nor impel his soldiers to do so. As such, Kairos decreed that storms would ravage the country until the regent was dead. Stratus Herodin was free to kill himself, of course, but he was either too proud or too gutless for the task. Why has no one killed Herodin yet? Because he persists in crouching behind the walls of Sentinel Stand. With the Edict of Storms raging around the Citadel, no one has been able to enter or exit since the last year of the conquest. No bird or missive has left the wind wall either. The Edict is all the proof we have that Herodin still lives. Tell me of the Edict of Storms. Kairos visited this plague upon the people of Stalwart to punish their leader's cowardice. We had thought the edict would have been dispelled long ago, but to our dismay it endures. The rust and debris filling the air is a sort of constant irritation and hampers our ability to conduct this war on our terms. We should consider the subjugation of Stalwart and the ending of this edict tasks of equal importance. Thankfully, your goals are well matched. The persistence of the edict is tied to Hirdan's bloodline. Kairos decreed that the storms will continue until the last of the regents is slain, and then end the regents to end the edict and return to me victorious. Blah. Blah, blah. I understand what was done. I'll make for the blade grave at once. Consider him dead. Find the last regent, kill him, end this edict of storms, and staunch the seeping wound of rebellion once and for all. The downfall of the unbroken and the old regent will send a message throughout the tiers. Our rule is absolute and dissonance will not be tolerated. I will travel the Sentinel stand and judge by my findings. He didn't like that. If your perspective is lawful and orderly as it ought to be, the right path should seem clear. The unbroken must be destroyed and the edict must end. Should you arrive at any other conclusion, I suggest that you stifle your opinion and follow orders like any good soldier. You are not my Archon, bruh. There's one final matter to discuss. My daughter went missing in the second year of the conquest. I have reason to believe she is trapped in the fortress of Sentinel Stand. If you can find Amelia, bring her home to me. How do you know she's in Sentinel Stand? It is the one location in all Stalwart we cannot reach. If her detachment of soldiers was taken captive, she would have been placed beyond my power. No doubt for the Sovereign Watches to use for negotiation. What makes you think she's still alive? We have traveled together through this fallen, corrupt land. You are no doubt aware of the aegis I extend to my troops. It is the boon I grant my northerners for loyal service and devotion to our shared cause. As my army feels my guardianship, I am keenly aware of them in turn. Their concern, their pain, it is my burden to carry. Blah, 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 blah. Amelia is alive. I have awoken at night in cold sweats, my bile rising with violence. What torment she suffers at the hands of those stalwart animals is a mystery. I only want her restored to heal in the company of the Legion. If I find her, I'll ensure her safe return. That is all I ask. Amelia is but one soldier, but if I had the forces to dispatch, I would make her retrieval my highest priority. She is a commander of the highest renown and a paragon of northern values. Fatebinder, I offer you my support in this mission. The Blade Grave is a place of memory. I left my cohorts behind among the rubble, rather among the ruins, and no small part of myself as well. God, could you elaborate? Should your offer, but I mean, probably could you elaborate? The matter is his one, but I fear to speak it in the company of the great general, though that he doubtless knows it already. Bear can have to stand tall before Graven Ash. Speak on, son of Bear Conan. Nothing I've seen you accomplish in the field has diminished you in my eyes, and I know my soldiers as well as I know myself. I lost countrymen by the hundreds in the last day of the Stalwart campaign, and for my troubles I became fused in this armor. The Blade Grave is the last place I ever felt human. That is all I will say about it now. The last battle of Stalwart was a terrible time, perhaps most of all for you who survived. I mourn those we lost and recite their names often during the morning drills. We cannot restore their broken bodies to the north, but we can remember them as they were. Is that all? Your manner has changed. Beric stands straighter, and for a moment you can't tell if he's going to lash out or crumple into himself. You're prepared for anything. After a long pause, his shoulders sag the slightest bit. My cohort marched on Sentinel Stand to complete a mission. We failed. The walls of the keep defied us, and the last regent of Stalwart refused to meet us in battle. The coming of Kairos' edict cut us off from our objective. Because of this, the Blade Grave is a place of regret. You have much invested in this mission. Of course you can come to me. I appreciate that, Fatebinder. Graven Ash is attentive and understanding to each of his troops, and it pleases me to see his example in you. And in you, Armored One, never forget that I found you at the mere germination of your potential, and you have accomplished much in the ensuing years. Thank you, General. Though it's impossible to tell through his helmet, you assume that Beric is blushing. Your map is already marked with the position of Sentinel Stand. It would take me 100 lifetimes to forget those old walls, or the day the edict shattered our advance. Let's have further questions of Arcana War. Oh, there's nothing. Never mind. Alright. Oops.
Right.
Oh, excuse me. Hey, I'm sorry about that. Let's go back to the mountain spire real quick. And I am hungry.
You learn something every day.
Okay, so he's got some shit. Iron War Mace. Devastating. What does that do? On weapon crit. So push. And interrupt. Oh, it's a two-hander. Damn. And a greatsword. Human. She flares her nostrils. She purchases your scent. What does human who smells of mud, iron, blood want from Lone Fane? have level. I have to go into Sage and get this. It's just 2 points. Alright. What about me? Okay. Anyone in here? Let's go to Lethian's Crossing. A group of mercenaries, members of the Bronze Brotherhood, are blocking the road to Lethian's Crossing. Alright, well, people about to get fucked up. Let's go. Let's make sure everyone's equipped. Okay. Aster. The small figure stands before some armor-clad soldiers. His arms move wildly as he gestures in frustration, yelling at the man directly in front of him. Absolutely not. I've come through Iron Hall Trail more times than I can remember. No one has ever asked for a toll before, and I won't be paying one now. He notices you standing nearby and turns to speak. Fatebinder, surely you of all people can help me. My name is Aster, and I must get to Lethian's Crossing. I have goods to deliver. Tell this man I will not be paying a toll to him or anyone, and he is to let me through. He folds his arm over his chest and nods with a pronounced finality. Will. Greetings, Fatebinder. I am sorry you have been drawn into this. What you've stumbled into here is merely a conflict of the changing times. I am Will, the Bronze Brotherhood. Iron Hall Trail is under our protection, and anyone passing through must obey our rules. If this gentleman would like passage through our land, a simple donation is required. He holds out his hand. These funds help our cause and keep Iron Hall a safe place for all travelers. Clearly, you both can see the value in that. Aster speaks, his arm swinging about again, emphasizing his words. And who exactly is keeping it safe? You, standing there with your weapons at the ready against me? I'm not but a traveling merchant. I have no money to spare, and I certainly pose no threat to anyone. Keep this area safe indeed. He points at Will. You are the only threat here. Fatebinder, please talk some sense to this man. Thank you, Fatebinder. You have done a great deal of good today. And you move aside and let me pass. Will holds position, gives you a meaningful look. Perhaps you want to reconsider your stance on the matter, Fatebinder. He plants his hammer on the ground and leans on it, staring Aster down. Passes his bot with rings or blood, but I'll happily take both. Stand by my decision. Thank you for your efforts, Aaron, but it is not worth bloodshed. I will leave in peace. Former genial moved on. So, a Fatebinder in our little corner of the world, who'd have ever thought this would happen? He spits between his feet, then crushes it into the dirt with his boot. You are walking a dangerous line, Fatebinder. The Bronze Brotherhood never backed down from threats. Normally, I'd knock you down where you stand for threatening me, but Raytoman demanded to see if you came through here. I thought he was crazy saying he'd be visiting Lieutenant Colin. Looks like I owe him a few rings. Not that there's a shortage of those out here. What can this humble servant of the Brotherhood do for you, Fatebinder? Don't ask me to let you through, because that isn't happening. Someone made the mistake of giving this little man too much power, and he's about to discover what happens when you stand in my way. If you think you can get him to move, do it. With pleasure. Hey, shitmeat, do you plan on moving your ass this century, or do we have to stand here jawing like a bunch of graybeards? We're on a mission, and staring at your ugly mug and catching up on the past won't get it done any faster. Are you going to move on, or do I need to start cutting? Because I'm partial to either option. He swallows and attempts to get right. I would help you, but my boss told me to guard this bridge. No one gets by without Raytoman's permission. They've gained wrath around Kairos. Give me strength. You deserve this far more than I'm going to enjoy. Verse swings her fist and lands a punch with a meaty whack, snapping back the mercenary's head. Hold on, I'm just doing my job. I apologize if offended. Raytoman will have my head if I let you through. There's nothing I can do about it. Raytoman. While you were talking to Will, a striking man with a shock of bright blonde hair approaches. Moving away from some men searching bodies of slain soldiers to the south, he watches you intently as he closes angular features, pulling into a look at disdain. And here's the Fatebinder. He doesn't mask his displeasure in his voice. I knew we'd see you. I was just wondering when. One trip to Lethian's Crossing wasn't enough. Hold on. The Bronze Brotherhood were the original protectors of Lethian's Crossing, but they passed control to Kairos' forces and stayed as retainers. Over time, they proved too disorganized to keep the peace. You handled the settlement over to disfavor, trusting their discipline to maintain order. The Brotherhood mercenaries considered this a slight on their lawful claim. Governor, he doesn't even mask the contempt in his voice. You had to return where no one asked you to come. Or throwing me out of my home wasn't sufficient. Are you here to disrupt my life some more? He looks at his men who stopped to watch the conversation. You aren't done. He flicks his hand at them and they return to their searching. Doesn't really matter why you're here. I don't care. I have more important things to worry about. In case you've forgotten me already, my name is Raytoman. I am first brother, leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. But I'm sure you already know that. I couldn't help but see you over here talking to Will and that traveling merchant. Only here for a moment and already sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, aren't you? I don't appreciate others invading my territory, Fatebinder. Well, I told him he had to speak to you. He wanted through, but I told him no. If you don't give me the signal, the Fatebinder isn't getting into Let's Crossing. No one will invade our territory. Watch yourself while you're a guest in my land. If you have come to stir up more trouble, we are well equipped and will not back down in defense of what is rightfully ours. He sweeps his arm in front of him, gesturing to the surrounding countryside. Welby and I might not always agree, but that is one point we see eye to eye on. If you step out of line, we will both correct you. His eyes narrows and he leans towards you. You are not welcome here. Tell me what you want or leave. You would do well to watch your tone when speaking to a Fatebinder. Last haul, I don't care not about Kairos' forces. I've already reaped the rewards of my loyalty, and I will not make that mistake again. You have taken my home, but I will have it back. I won't cower when you raise your voice against me, lapdog. Not welcome in your land. This is not your land anymore. Such arrogance is the precursor to a mighty fall, Fatebinder. Hello, Hinoto. How's it going, man? I might not currently have control of Lethian's Crossing, but we both know possessions are fleeting. Lethian's Crossing is my home, and your imagined control over our lives doesn't change that fact. Where are your treasure charges? All through Ironhall Trail. Where are you charging travelers told to get through Ironhall? You just finished the game. What'd you think of it? And I'm still going. This is my first playthrough still. I'm doing all right. I'm loving this game. Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood. I need to get to this crossing. We are a humble group with noble, long-held traditions on the right side of honor. If there is an injustice that needs to be rectified, we are called. Love it. Good thing. Gonna play it again. I definitely plan on playing it again too. Right now, I kind of went the disfavored route. Next route, I'm thinking about just trying to tell everyone "fuck you" and it's all about me. If I can, and any opportunity, that's what I'm gonna do. And then another one I'm gonna do with just supporting the Scarlet Chorus. So you're hired mercenaries. Yes, people pay for us for our services. It's part of the reason we do what we do. Let you relax. There's no shame in doing what you do well for a decent wage, but claiming you're doing the work of the righteous when you're just selling your brawn makes you sound like a brigand or a conqueror. Those are quite arrogant words coming from a man who belongs to a group that takes knowledge and hides it from the world. Your opinion in this matter holds me nothing. Matter means nothing to me. God. We'll just fuck you now. Yeah, that's gonna be my next playthrough is the fuck you all route. I'm highly enjoying it. I like the combat. Hinota, did you play Pillars of Eternity? What'd you think of that one? Need to get to Lethian's Crossing. Absolutely not. You must be crazy if you think I'm letting a disfavored sympathizer through to consort with my enemies. Who knows what plans you would make to undermine my authority. You have some nerve, Fatebinder. First you have me thrown from my home, and now you want back in so you can come up with an even worse punishment. Tried to be reasonable, but you had to make it difficult. You couldn't be trusted, Cad. The forces of Kairos will always show their true face if pushed. Guards, we have a snake in our midst. To arms. Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up, dude. Oh, you're gonna run away! You ran away like a bitch! But it had some very slow moments. I like this one a bit better. Yeah, I agree with you completely. Pillars had a lot slower moments. and I almost think that's partly to do because of how the combat is. The combat is a lot more methodical and tactical because friendly fire is on. This one, it's more streamlined. I really love the spell system though in this one. Really like it. And like the combat, I like the combo abilities and stuff. But I like both. Obsidian makes really good real-time with pause strategy games like this. I think they found their calling. Alright, let's see. What are you chuckle fucks doing? Okay, of course we got some dude up here. Rhyme Spike, Will, Barrick. I need you up here. Handle that guy. Verse. I need to come get this dude. And Lantry. Still spike him.
I got it.
Let's keep him up because of force.
Will do.
And there will definitely be more games like this from Obsidian, I'm sure of it, which is great because RPG-wise, I feel like I have starved too many years. I'm right there with you, Hinoto. I agree 120%. These kind of RPGs, you have Pillars of Eternity in this one, then you have Divinity Original Sin, which is really great. We have Divinity Original Sin 2 coming out shortly. I mean, it's up for early access right now, but it's a very small segment of the game. And they're supposed to release first part of next year. So I'm really looking forward to that too. With all these RPGs, now I have to find time to play them. I know Obsidian plans on doing more with these, and I heard that it's left in a cliffhanger on this game. I don't want to know too much, but I know that. So which means we're more than likely going to get another one. Which I'm all for. I am all for it. So let's see. On you.
They couldn't pierce cloth. I'll tear your skull out by your ass.
The things verse says, man. No. I try to stay away from early access games for the most part. There's a couple that I do play. Divinity, I've thought about grabbing it, but I think I'm gonna wait until it actually launches and then I'll buy it. Like, it's a rule of mine. I try to stay away. There's a few games that I don't just because too many of my friends have it and I want to play with them, so I'll go ahead and buy an early access game, but for the most part I try not to buy them at all.
Are you afraid of death? On it.
There we go. He should be marked now.
On it.
What did you do? He got terrified? Oh, you bastard. Never trust him. So, yeah. Yeah, even those. Miscreated is probably the one I still do play. And that's because it's the one survival game that me and my friends all kind of like. So we do play that. Punks. I like how that dude fucking ran away like a bitch. Let's come up here and get you guys.
Send me your...
Alright. Raider. And we got a bruiser.
Champion!
With this guy. Lantry. Heals fit runner. Don't need that yet. Is it really? I tend to really focus on specialized characters, and I like a well-roundedness. So like right now have Barrack set up for tanking, obviously. I have Verse set up for melee and dual wielding, and I've done what I can to make her dodge more, even giving her spectral blur so she can put it on herself, so she's a little harder to hit. So she can do a little bit of like off tanking kind of, and like Barrack, I didn't put much into his strength. It's almost it's all in the health. So even if he does get hit and beat on, he's almost taking. It's like it doesn't look like he's taking any damage. He's just got such a big health pool. So he's not like a bruiser. I don't have him set up for like really hurting people. At least yet. That's going to be later on. Lantry I obviously have set up for spells and healing. And then the same thing with my dude. He's set up for some heals, but he's like the main mage in the party. Are you serious? Oh, that's crazy. That would have been hard. Yeah, here I'm able to pocket them up. Furious Rage. We're gonna have her eat some Rot Spear real quick.
Damn thing!
And let's have you attack him there. Rhyme Spike on him, Lantry. I bet. Especially if you're able to pull it off. Like, oh yeah, bet it was fun. Let's have you hit him there. Barrack, I want you to Clash of Iron.
Right. Pierce
all
cloth.
I can. Oh, what happened? Destroying a defense verse. She must have hit him. He's got high defense. Let's see. This is endurance. Physical pain, yep. Okay. Two-handed weapon fighter. Not bad. I haven't decided what my next character is going to be. Like, I haven't really figured it out. Lots of cleaving. Does his normal attacks cleave, or is it just abilities with the two-hander? I wanted to know, because I haven't even tested it yet. crush then.
Come and face my iron!
No, thank you for following, man. Welcome to the dark side. Sorry if I'm talking to you, but I'm looking over here because this is where my chat is. Getting used to it. My camera used to be right over my chat, and I moved it, so now I'm getting used to it. There's a cleave ability? Okay. Smack this dude. No one even really needs to be healed first. You talk to whoever you want. Correct. Alright, spells. Ball of lightning. Can I nail both? I think I can nail both. I'm wanting to try out that new one. I just made that spell. I've been wanting to try it out. Spectral blur.
Sorry, can't do that.
Boom! Nice, got a couple hits off of him. Titan's touch. Special blur. Restoring touch to her.
Right.
I'll tear your scalp out by your ass!
Oh gosh, she can be real dicky on you. Very well made. Yes. I think it's the whole fact that you get to be the bad guy. Like, genius. There should be more games like that. It's saddening that there's not. No.
I got it.
Store dagger. Huh. Bronze guitar. Oh, Lantry. Alright, cool. Cool. Action that reduces the cooldown of spells. Alright, not bad. This is just phasing. Action that causes Tyrannus and illusion spells to leave the target in a stasis. Action that causes guarded form spells to reduce the damage a target takes from critical strikes. And fuses the elements of frost and fire together. So illusion. Stasis shield. Huh. Huh. Don't sell unless your scroll gets good. Okay. How much farther in until that? Because I remember reading about it, but I haven't seen anything in, at least in my Spire yet. I only have the one. Aha, here we go. Raider, Bruiser. Eric, go after that dude. Verse him.
Your days end here! Armor field.
Oh. Yeah, I hit pretty hard.
Right?
You can build a forge in your second Spire. No, that's not a spoiler. I'm okay with stuff like that. That doesn't bother me. It's story related content that I just don't want to know. So stuff like that, that's fine. You're good. Wisps.
Will do.
Double dose of fuel. There we go. Let's rhyme spike you. I'm missing spells. Stone spike you.
Count on it.
There we go.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Right.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Damn, that kick though. Holy shit. Kick the fuck out of him.
Will do. Are you afraid of
You're
death?
not going anywhere.
On it.
Rhyme.
I got it. Smash to pieces!
Bam. Heavy.
Right.
Oh, disfavored. You fucking bastards. Alright. Alright, yep, I think that's it there. Someone really get stuck? Just exploring, double checking.
What do we have here?
Aha, like that. Hey! And nope, I'll full up on those, that's fine. Barrick, you leveled. I think we might stop right there, buddy. Increase your damage a little bit. You kicked her out the time. I don't remember what I did. It was the end of my first stream, and I think it went 8 hours, and it was really late, and I don't remember what I did. I think I sent her to do. I think I sent the person with a message to somebody. I don't remember. It was so late, I forgot what I did. Do a little bit more damage right now. Oops. Here we go. Alright. So I have your shield wall. Bonus to armor. Passive, okay. Thought the dialogue was so funny. I was like, please, Mercy, I can deliver a message to someone. My reply, we can fuck a message in her shirt. We can just tuck a message in her shirt. Someone will find it after she hits the ground. Thank you, Kate. I should have done that. Awesome. Awesome. I'm gonna make sure to do it next time. Or my next playthrough. We'll fucking do it. I have a feeling like my next playthrough is going to be immediately after I finish this game. This playthrough. I'm going to just start right up with the next one. I can imagine. Bear can nearby partners take reduced damage. Oh, see the good stuff here, man. I want to get him some more abilities. I'm wanting to start right now. Can you imagine? See, that'd be nice to grab for Barrack right here. Heroic defense. Once per combat, when Barrack's health reaches critical level, will be healed instantly. See, I want to grab this. Take less damage. Always nice. Engage more enemies. Have I played Circle? Okay, so I have it. I started to play it. I never really played it because I wanted to play it with somebody. I wanted to run through the whole thing co-op. And then the studio went defunct. It's no longer around. And then, like, a lot of stuff wasn't added. I don't know. I always wanted to play it. I was really excited for it to come out. But I never really got around to really playing it. I think I got, like, an hour or two in the game. And even then, most of that was just reading shit and character creation. Like, so, like, legitly, I haven't played the game. have you be able to engage multiple people. I'm gonna go. So lessons crossing. Here we go. Can we get here now? All right. What's this?
On it.
That's a big guy. Good day, my fine friend. Can I interest you in all manner of provisions? There's no telling what you may befall you on your travels. Can you tell me anything about the seal? I found it in Benner as well. How's it going, Sojax? My beautiful moderator. And my co-host. Trying to write that paper? Telling you, you better get an A, bro. Better get an A. Hey, Noto. Sojax is my beautiful co-host. Normally, we would have been doing our podcast today. We do a podcast every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But Sojax had a 10-page paper he needed to write. And the commies of the 40s and 50s, commies are bad. Page, it's done. You're done. Commies are bad. Page is done. That's all you need. 3 words, and you're good. It's your long hair, man. Can't say I recognize it, but I don't really get into affairs outside of Lethian's Crossing unless I have to. Harchan Bronze Might, though, he seems to be well traveled. Right? Probably hard to write a paper about commies when you live in the States. Zeratul, do I normally play SWTOR? Probably because of my name, right? No, I'm just a huge fan. Just in the first time, was interested in seeing Tyranny gameplay. So normally, it's not my whole channel is just Star Wars related. I don't necessarily play only Star Wars stuff. I am a variety streamer. I play lots of things. But mainly this whole channel, I built a theme around it, and it's all about Star Wars because it's my favorite. I got Darth Nihilus tattooed on my arm right there. My most favorite Sith Lord. But yeah, so I mean that's just us. It's just Star Wars themed. But I play SWTOR every now and then though. Definitely. Me and Doom, one of the people I play with a lot, he also streams. We are in the midst of doing... get out of here, subjects. Zeratos. Yeah, I didn't create this channel only for Star Wars, though. Like, I literally created it as, like, just a theme. Just a theme to rally around, you know what I mean? Because most people like to have a theme. And I didn't want to have, you know, something weird. Just Star Wars seemed a natural place to go. Tyranny's tons of fun, though, Zeratul. Loving the game. Also, if any of you are interested, there is, if you go down there and hit up any of my YouTube channel, you'll see all my playthroughs of Star Wars. I did one from level 1 to 60 with all the main stuff. Also, all my past Tyranny stuff is up there right now. Yeah, so YouTube's where I archive all my videos. That's where that goes. Huge fan of Paradox? Yeah, I am too. I'm mostly a fan of Obsidian, especially now. I think they've really come into their own now. We also did an Obsidian spotlight on one of our podcasts, where we talked about Obsidian, you know, how they came to be, where they are now, kind of stuff. That was a fun podcast. So let's see. Okay. Come back later. Let's see. Merchant Tychus. Welcome. What can I get you for you today? Be sure to stock up before you leave. There's plenty of wilds between here and the Bastard City. Can you tell me anything about the Seal, Phantom Vengeance well? There's no any seal I've encountered. Sorry, someone else might know though. Alright, come back later. There we go. Greetings and salutations. The Jolly Merchant greets you with a smile and a clap on the shoulder. And welcome to Lethian's Crossing, home of the best merchant in the entirety of the tiers. He pauses and winks. That would be me. Would it now? Also, as a heads up to everyone new in the channel and watching, this will probably be the main game I'm playing on the channel for the next bit. Every now and then you'll see me play Titanfall 2 with my buddy Doom, and every now and then you'll see me play Overwatch with Sojex. But for the most part, it'll be this. Harkey and Bronze at your service. What can I do for you? With you, Sojex. What, am I confused? So, could you tell me anything about the Seal, Fountain Vineyards? Well, what can you tell me about the merchant companies and the tiers? Let's see. Fountain Vineyards well. Let's take a look, shall we? Harkin takes the seal and turns it over. When he spots the insignia, he quickly deposits it back in your hand and wipes his palms clean. Where did you get that? Came from a merchant caravan that was ransacked. Suspected as much. He mumbles and worries his brow. So far off the normal trading routes. But why there? Why then? Why now? Maybe you start by telling me about the merchants. He refocuses on you and nods. Of course, the sigil belongs to the Hand Over Quill Merchant Company. His lips tighten to form a violent pucker. No, that's total, Sojex. That's total. Lifetime. What can you tell me about other merchant companies in the tiers? Oh, there have been several over the years, and they've thrived or struggled in this new age of law. He counts off his fingers. There were Jade Marmots, the Lace Fringe, the Linked Rings, and of course, the Hand Over Quill. He grimaces at the last one. But don't let me forget the Visitors of Prosperity, the Yellow Moguls, the Tenfold Pallor. He trails on for some time. No, Tyranny is not getting much views, but I don't care because I really like the game. So, although, like, if I were to play Star Wars right now, The Old Republic, I'll get like 5 followers and like several people in here watching. Like, I don't know why, but people want to watch it. Funny. Let's see. What can you tell me about other merchant companies in the tiers? I thought we already did that. Oh, we did. Oh. Whoops, I didn't mean to say farewell. Get back here. Tell me more about Hand Over Quill. They were once a powerful trade organization that, well, he cups his mouth and glances around. Let's just say that you didn't want to get between them and a contract. Well, with Tunon's new laws in the Bastard City, the Quill slunk into the shadows of Kairos' authority, trying to keep a lower profile. If you're involved in any of their dealings, stay far away. A shipment of iron weapons went missing. It was found with this seal in a house in Echo Call Crossing. He strokes the shadow of beard growth under his chin. Suspicious, I agree. But war always has its little problems. He waves a dismissal. It doesn't add up. Now, if we can return to the subject of my wares, he smiles and ready to show you some fancy bauble. The weapons were meant for the disfavored, and the Vendrian guards suddenly had iron weapons. Blah blah blah. Man, cold outside. I love the cold, personally. The Vendrian guard. Harkion drums his fingers on his mouth and considers, well, this changes things, I suppose. Changes things? What does Hand Over Quill have to do with the Vendrian guard? First things first. Harkion clears his throat. This will come at a price. If something unfortunate took place and my connection were traced back to me, the consequences would be costly. Pay 1,000. You can get the... Actually, I don't think that's that much, actually. No, I'm shocked to find an honest person like yourself engaging in an illicit trade. This guy, illicit? Whatever do you mean? Gestures where's that bottle? Essence of maizenberries? Deadly poison. Turns, pulling on the end of his beard. He tries to follow the direction of his gaze. There's no... Then his confusion clears, replaced by stark understanding. Of course there's a bottle. And after you tell the authorities that I must have stashed or destroyed it, then it's your word against mine. Am I correct? Most perceptive of you. Very cold, hot too. So living in northern Germany works just fine for me. So you're in Germany, huh? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I live in the States in California. I live in the valley, so it gets hot and cold. It never knows what it wants to be. But I hate the heat when it does get hot. Occupational hazard, the merchant lets out a heavy sigh. I should be used to this by now. If you breathe the word of this to anyone, I will denounce you for a liar, for the liar that you are. He looks around to make sure there are no settlers close enough to overhear what is being said. I received instructions from Fifth Eye to use Hand Over Quill to deliver iron weapons to Vendrian's Well Citadel. I don't question my orders, I just follow through. I don't know anything else, and that's the truth. Lived in California 15 years ago. Long time ago. Let's see, where's... Let's see. Only for a year, though. Oh goodness, what's it about? Let me take a look real quick. Yeah, you'll have to tag me in it because I don't see it. Death penalty? Yeah. Ooh, I need these. Check something real quick. How many people? Well, I actually have quite a few people. I am surprised. Oh, the damage is random. That's a little crazy. Two-hander. Devastating and rejuvenating. Eh. Actually, let's just get going with the story. Where am I supposed to go? I forgot. Yes, you are an asshole. It's varying degrees of asshole. So one of the things I wrote up on the review I was going to do for Tyranny, well, not really review, but just like first impressions for the podcast today, was you have three choices, essentially. You can follow the disfavored, which is one of the armies in here, and they're like Vader's 501st. They're all about order and just ruling with an iron fist, kind of. Then you have the Scarlet Chorus, who are chaos personified. Just a whole bunch. It's just a merry band of psychopaths, sociopaths, and people who just want to dance in blood. And then you have yourself, and you can just say "fuck you" to everybody, and you just be the main, like, just all about me, if you wanted to. Mistress Sophia, what a pleasure it is to see you in my establishment, Fatebinder. It is always an honor to entertain someone of your standing at Lethian's mistress. If you have need of entertainment or company for a short time, then we look forward to fulfilling those needs. That's gonna be my second playthrough. It is gonna be just a fuck you to everybody. How may I and my entertainers be of service to you? How much do you charge to partake in the entertainment? The price for all my entertainment is 100 rings for the night. If you would like specifics, please speak to the one you'd like to hire, and they can tell you about themselves and what they're particularly good at. But each one of my beauties will give you your ring's worth, I guarantee. Yeah, I think I'm good. Her eyes widening within this. Welcome to Lessons Mistress Faye Binder, she says, blushing slightly. My name is Zadika. She goes, are here to teach me the ways of the world. What can you offer the others can't? A novice sage in the burning library. She steps closer, her breast brushing slightly against you. I'm lost in here, Faint Binder. If I don't behave, I will be punished. I look around. Do I need to be punished? Oh, God. Let's get out of there. I just realized something, Hinoto. When you followed, it didn't play the right sound, I don't think. I'm like tripping out now. Let's take a look real quick. Oh no, I played it right.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Yep. Okay, I played it right.
Can't do that.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Hey. This frozen shackle. Frozen burst. When critically hit. Hey, that's dope. I like it. Burst. We have haste. Parrying. Oh, maybe you don't need it. Actually, barrack. I didn't realize you had no accessories on. Platelet gloves. Purchase. Let's see. Siren. A young woman stands here, surrounded by a group of villagers. She speaks to them in soft, dulcet tones, holding them hypnotized with her hand motions. She wears an ornate headdress that surrounds her face, its forehead inset with an enormous red gem. The headdress flashes as she speaks, and you are unable to tell if it's a trick of the light or the gem in it is actually glowing. She is swept up in her oration and seems completely unaware you've arrived. It takes a few moments before you realize that she was also in the Scarlet Chorus camp in Vendrian's Well. She opens her eyes and looks at you over the heads of the people gathered before her.
Oh, look. Father has returned. Have I gotten out of line? Have you come to punish me? Am I a bad girl? Or do you just want to use my power?
Her face takes on a mock serious demeanor as she speaks. With her words, you hear the sound of a breeze rustling through the forest. It's at the same time calming and distressing. The girl smiles.
Do you remember me, Fatebinder? Now, don't disappoint me. You used my flock as chaff for the Scarlet Chorus. You took my people, the followers of Siren, the Archon of Song.
The gentle breeze of her words gains force as her eyes harden ever so slightly. She steps forward, the crowd parting before her. They turn and eye you confrontationally, some of them interposing themselves between you and the girl. She looks at them, rolls her eyes. Wow, that sentence is all fucked up. When she does, the sound of the approaching storm fades.
Does it look like he's here to hurt me?
She returns her gaze to you and leans forward as if to share a secret.
Not that I mind them trying to protect me, even if they don't really mean it. I suppose you're here to tell me I can't gather another flock?
She makes a dismissive gesture towards the group.
Although, I suppose I should thank you for your help last time we were here. There was something decidedly unpleasant about that group. This one feels much better. Giving my old flock to the chorus means I get to start over. If some people want to worship me, is that really such a bad thing? Is Cairo so insecure to worry about a little competition? Look at me! Do you think I seem dangerous? What harm can a 15-year-old girl cause? I'm only a child!
Her smile falters and she looks down. Her hands move to the headdress, her thumb tracing the edge of it along her jawline. She looks back up, the hard look back in her eyes. 1 second, guys. Gotta take a phone call. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I'd say it's annoying, but don't you think it's kind of flattering to have everyone wanting me so desperately? Kairos, the voices of Nerat, Tunon, you?
She winks. What are you suggesting?
Never mind. I'm just feeling a little paranoid. Past guardians have shown themselves to be a little more interested in me than entirely necessary. But now to a more important matter. There is something you can do to assist me.
Her mouth opens in a perfect O shape and the sound that pours out is captivating, entrancing. It dampens the ambient bustle of the camp until it seems that nothing exists but her voice. From the corner of your eye, you see Verse cup her hands to her ears, turning her head away from Siren.
Remove my helmet.
The ruby headpiece on her brow flashes as if in warning. What are you trying to do to me?
Really? Nothing at all? What a disappointment. Not to mention a colossal waste of effort on my part. Probably spreading myself too thin trying to keep them all under my thrall.
She indicates to people surrounding her.
I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're no use to me at all. Keeping up the act can be a bit tiring at times. I've been the songbird for so long, I've forgotten how to be anything else.
Perhaps I can help you. Come with me. Someone with your power could use some help directing it. Stop the emotional manipulation now. You're coming with me so I can keep an eye on you.
Why on earth would you want that? I can't imagine you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. Oh, Tunon must have had a hand in this. Or Nerat. Maybe I'd rather stay here where people won't insist on ordering me around all the time. Although, You did activate one of the spires, so your power is something I could learn from, and you are right. It's certainly not going to make any significant advances staying here with a bunch of nobodies worshipping me. Watching you in action could give me the edge I need to unlock a spire of my own. Fine. I will allow you the glorious gift of my presence in your party.
Huh. Hey, Noto, are you still there? How is Siren?
Well then, let's go. If you're gonna teach me the wonders of the world, it's not gonna happen here.
Still there?
I will return to our holdfast at once.
Let's see, Siren. 6 point. She looked good standing on the top of your spire the whole time, huh? I heard she's a lot like the chanters in Pillars. She like sings songs and stuff. So she's like a bard. Affliction duration, spell. See, she has performance. So yeah, see, this is her thing, performance. This is what she needs. So okay. Just the Holy Trinity. I might not use her, especially since she's Scarlet Chorus. I already got verse. I might use her next playthrough though. How many points do I have? Still got another 3. Songs, Peace, and War. So yeah, see? She weakens and buffs. So she's literally like in essence a bard. Debuffs and buffs all day, so it seems what she does. Looks like these just straight up unlock. Or she has them already. Seeing if she has heals. Oh, I'm no doubt. I'm sure she could. She knows a reviving song. I don't see heals though. It looks like you'd have to like, I don't know, the way I have my party, I'd have to like take out Verse to have her. And I don't think I want to do that. Unless I took up the healing role. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know. I've been working on it too for my dude, trying to increase the heals, but I don't know if it's. You don't need a dedicated healer. Yeah, well, this is your main skill tree. Boom. Oh, I know. Spells. Yeah. 32, that's it? No, okay. Okay. need that. Honestly, I don't know why I did all that. Just because I'm planning on keeping her, not using her. I'm gonna have to go back, aren't I? Yep, well.
Right.
She can chill for a bit. We'll see how she does. Oh, so Jax, that's not happening. I just saw what you said. There's no way this is dropping Black Friday. If it does, maybe 15%. But it won't. It's only $45 as it is. Let's see.
Have a look here. Can't do that.
Oh, what is this?
I'm out of practice, but I'll try.
Hey, Verse leveled up. Let's increase your damage. So it might still directly affect the damage though, yeah? Of her attacks? I would think so. I mean, I physically don't see it going up. She just stacks faster. Does dual not pull off of might? So confused. increase the damage she does. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing, Wanderer. My name is Phaedra, and this is my beautiful wife, Dea. She indicates the stone-faced blonde woman standing next to her. She holds up her hand in a quick greeting. What brings you to town? Is there anything I can help you with? What can you tell me about Lethian's Crossing? How do you feel about the disfavored? I don't have an issue with them. Their curfew may be a bit strict, and it gets hard to keep track of every rule they invent and all the regulations they've enacted. Otherwise, they've left us alone to live our lives. Later, Hinoto. Thanks for following, man. It's been great. Hope to see you around. Anything is better than having the Brotherhood, Dave exclaims. Give me 100 rules for every Brotherhood member driven out from this town. Tell me about Lethian's Crossing. I've lived here most of my life, but honestly I'm not sure there's much to say. She looks contemplative. We're a center for trade and a waypoint for travelers. The walls are a little scary, but you get used to them over time. What about you, dear? What does there say? The town is alright, but living under the thumb of the occupying force makes it hard to truly relax. You haven't always lived here? Several years before Kairos' invasion, I moved away from Lethian's Crossing. Being the granddaughter of Lethian came with a responsibility I wasn't ready for. I met Dea in the Bastard City and decided to stay for a while. We were living in the Bastard City when we heard about Kairos' forces moving to the tier, so we took that as our motivation to move. She laughs, and I think we got out of there at just the right time. We traveled a bit with a couple of caravans, but nothing really seemed like home until I returned to Lethian's Crossing. You never realize how much you can miss a place until you've been away for a while. She wraps her arms around Dea and squeezes. But I could live anywhere as long as this one is with me. It's true that trade hasn't been as vibrant here recently, but I'm sure it's simply a temporary setback. The mercenaries will sing and dance for you, trying to convince you their suppliers are unaffected, but everyone is feeling it. I have faith the world will set itself right soon enough. People will call me a fool, but I don't see the benefit in bemoaning your fate. You take what life hands you and you make it work. You're Lethian's granddaughter? One of many, I suspect, but I'm the only one anyone knows about. And before you ask, no, Eldian is not my father. Maybe you haven't heard, but my grandmother wasn't exactly the settling down type. Thank you for your time. Anytime, traveler, Phaedra says happily. If you need anything else, just let me know. Alright, well, that was worthless.
Ah, got it.
Yeah. That's just Spire Forge upgrade.
I am out of practice, but I'll try.
Forge bound hammer. Muscular woman stands upright from her forge and turns to look at you, the light of the fire playing across her face, making her eyes dance dangerously. A toothy smile breaks across her mouth, the only bright spot on her soot-stained face. Do you kill with your left hand or your right? She rubs her blackened palms together, eyeing you expectantly. Normally I can tell at a glance, but you're a little harder to read. Right. Noted. She clears her throat and wipes her blackened hand on the canvas of her smock. I am Luhara, Master of Tempering, Forge Master of Lethian's Crossing. My tasks exceed the hours left in the day, but there is no harm in pausing my work if it means speaking with the Fate Binder. How may I be of service? Why did you want to know if I kill with my right hand or left hand? The gauntlet is the hardest piece of the panoply, and the most rewarding to work. So many scales of so many different sizes. Then there's the rivets. She slides her thumb and fingers together, shedding flecks of soot and iron dust. I imagine you see a lot of battle in your line of work. One gauntlet is invariably going to wear out before the other. My mind is always thinking of what will need repairs first. It's as simple as that. Tell me about Lethian's Crossing. I don't see much of it, only this. Lethian and her merchant crew settled this area a while back. The brave fools built bridges over the old walls and made themselves a crossroads trading post. Real pioneer spirit stuff. The whole place might have been ignored by Kairos' forces, except somebody discovered there's iron everywhere. Can't wash your clothes in the river without them coming out rust-tinged. So the iron made Lethian's Crossing important enough for Kairos to want it for himself. It made good sense to move some of us forge-bound here to Lethian's Crossing. Easier to put us near the iron instead of shipping it over mountains. That, and this is a crossroads. We can resupply our allies faster than ever from our new workshop. Tell me about the forge-bound. For centuries, my guild has sought the union of magical and manual perfection. While others concern themselves with the arcane for the sake of inordinate power, we study it to overcome the traditional limits of our arts and crafts. The forge is our dominant concentration of study, but not all forge-bound work metal. Some are weavers, carpenters, and one of our otter members fancies himself a chef. The wise and mighty Kairos has been kind to our guild. He offered to put our weapons and armor in the hands of those who could change the world. A broad smile overcomes her face. And he has been true to his word. Forge-bound iron has trampled the tears, and all that oppose Kairos' forces rest their heads on forge-bound spears. Can you make me something magical? No. She smiles and shakes her head. But almost everyone asks. Relics of arcane power must grow into themselves. They are never made from nothing. She points her finger in the air and smiles. But what I can do is use my magic to swing my hammer with perfect precision, or work a cantrip to handle molten metal with my bare hands. We can build artifacts of exceeding quality and refinement, but they must be used in great deeds to grow into relics of power. And that is why we seek to put the works of our forges into the hands of the greats. True legends require the alliance of sword maker and sword master. Why make weapons if you could kill your foes with magic? Why walk if you could pay porters to carry you? She shakes her head with a huff. We have ways to protect ourselves from those who would abuse us, but we study the arcane for purposes of building, not destroying. We leave that to others. They can take our implements and use them to sow chaos if they choose. I would rather take chaos and force order on it. Does your magic help you make things? Our most important rituals bind the crafter, tools, and material into one entity. Close enough. In my own work, the forge bind draws the whole of my senses to the edge of the blade I'm tempering. I can see the tiniest notch or touch my finger to the blade and feel the razor sharpness without breaking my skin. Such perfect execution of art has its costs, of course. Once heart and lungs become linked to flame and fire, a dropped hammer could lead to a stopped heart. Most of our members die in the throes of their work, killed by a distraction or simple error. She blushes. We lose a lot of apprentices. Continue to forge my master. Zendaya is the best leader I have had the pleasure of working under. She guards the forge bound with a steady yet stern hand, guaranteeing all of our work is of the utmost quality and peerless in every regard. I am Zednia's second, which is why I'm the forge master for Lethian's Crossing. She points at Ulantis. He is my second. Should anything happen to me, I've worked with him long enough so I don't know much about him or the true. I haven't worked with him long, so I don't know much about him or the true long-lasting quality of his work. But he was appointed by Zedenia, so he must be good at what he does. Let's pick something else. Tell me about this favorite. This favorite have treated us as honored guests. We are given privacy, autonomy, food, and protection. In return, we give them the best iron in the tiers, and they put it to use. A favorable arrangement. But I am no fool that I read too much into the kindness. We are a war resource and exist only because we feed their insatiable need for quality iron. Can you make something for me? Can? Most certainly. Will? Well, Kairos invented cues for a reason. She let slip a sigh. I have every Iron Walker and every Scarlet Chorus ringleader sending me bribes, flattery, and hopes that I'll work off schedule and make them some special this or one of a kind that. Her mouth moves as I speak, but she falls silent, folding her arms. Then I realized the request was so thoughtless. My apologies. I get unreasonable demands every day, but it's not the volume, it's the purpose. She lowers her voice to a near whisper and stiffs close to you. I do resent that Kairos' demands reduce our work to mere quotas. I should be allowed to customize my work for every soldier. Only apprentices have anything to learn from making the same size helmet again and again. Forget I asked. I will. Are you well? You look weary. Ecstatic. The ritual of the forge links heart to hammer. My blood beats only when I strike my ingot. My forge runs too hot and my breath comes too hurried. The bond is both fatiguing and exhilarating. Is this something you want? Is there a problem? Yes, but these are forge-bound matters, nothing that concerns the High Court of Tunon, I can assure you. What do you do here in the forge? I keep things running smoothly, upkeep mostly. He smiles coyly. I am also second in command to Lahara, so in case anything ever happens her, I am here to take charge. Alright, well, you were fun to talk to, bro. Welcome, friend. The merchant cries out to you, his belt jingling with rings. He waves his arm about in a dramatic presentation of his wares. What brings you to my humble trading post? Have a certain something in mind for your browsing? Yeah, certainly. Svensson unenthusiastically strikes an anvil. He notices your approach and stops in the middle of what he's doing, staring at you with cold, dead resentment. If it isn't the fate binder, just adjudicator and harbinger of my slow and undesirable death. During the Kairos' conquest of the Tears, you chose to enslave this forge-bound as punishment for leaving the Mage Guild and taking the secrets of iron forging into the ranks of the Scarlet Chorus. He now serves the forge-bound in chains rather than a willing volunteer. And that's what he gets. You know what I mean? Go and fuck off, you know, that's what happens to you. The forge-bound merchant overhears Svensson and turns towards you. Ah, Fatebinder. He moves Svensson aside, only managing a dissatisfied groan. I cannot thank you enough for assisting our production of weapons and armor by supplying us with such reliable labor. He turns back to Svensson and gives him a hearty slap on the back that is received with a strained grin. Without Svensson here, we would have stayed behind schedule. Forge Master gets back to his work and Svensson begins to shamble back to the anvil before noticing you haven't left it. Surely there can't be more you want from me. Are you a forge-bound? Not by choice. I don't understand how you could spend all day talking about ore deposits. Ore deposits. Where are your tattoos? I am told you earn them based off your time spent in the forge, but since I'm considered a trader, I forfeit my chances of being a master. He kicks a piece of scrap metal. Not that I had any ambition of making weapons I'm not allowed to use. Why did you want to join the Scarlet Chorus in the first place? He grins with a smile that oozes annoyance. Your sudden curiosity in my life is charming. I joined for the same reason anyone does. Your options quickly vanish once Kairos conquers the land. Well, you know, you get to be a little bitch.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Ah, got it. Found something.
Cloud, yes, the game is exactly what I hoped for. And hey, what's going on? I know it's not what you like. I know. But I like it a lot.
Sorry, I can't.
Would you take a look at that? My mother always told me to stay away from spires. Not that I ever listened.
The chamber immediately reminds you of Ascension Hall. An intricate rune running along the floor can only mean one thing. You stand at the feet of the Great Spire, each step you take echoes across a great distance. As you gaze upward, the sage-colored walls quickly give way to unending blackness. The rune in the center of the floor is inactive, and the silence of the hall offers no clues as to its use or function. You feel a slight tug in your chest, a faint echo of the energy that enveloped you at Vendrian's Well.
If we knew what glyph we needed, I'll bet we could unlock this puzzle.
are inlaid with a dim incandescent material that glimmers upon a closer inspection. They appear to intersect at various angles, forming a myriad of potential shapes similar to the weapon you found.
Let's be off.
I got it.
Graven Ash protects.
Oh, I get it now. Okay, hold on. That's what it looks like right there, man. think I fucked up. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Boom.
I got it.
Suckers. The arcane light courses skyward, trailing off toward the horizon in the direction of Vendrion's well. You feel the ground ripped out from beneath you yet again as you drift back into the warmth of the energy surrounding you. Your awareness stretches beyond the limits of the spire, pulling in many directions at once. The light you saw arcing through the sky reminds you of the tether you feel to the top of Vendrion's well. This too is a point of connection, and you are an inextricable part of it, but bound as surely as the spires are to each other. I can't talk. I can't read today, can't do nothing. The Sunset Spire in Lethian's Crossing feels burdened by its age, as if a central linchpin somewhere in its core has weathered the centuries of oppressive weight and longs to topple. The surge of energy that courses through you, forming a link with Vendrion's well, strengthens the very stones beneath your feet. The structural weaknesses you detected vanishes, replaced by confidence that could keep this tower standing for millennia. Verse: if I threw a dagger from up here, I wager it could split a man on the ground in half. Damn, but I want to try. From here, even the old walls seem paltry. This sovereign view was not intended for the likes of us. Barrick shakes his head slowly. Siren: who knew that all this was up here while I sat below, wasting my time trying to gather a group of followers from the refugees in Lethian's Crossing? The untapped power in the spire is astounding. I must find out how to get some. The spire feels like a relay between you and Vendrion's well, bridging some interference of energy in an enormous scale. You are the first link of a chain that stretches the length of the realm. You are as you struggle to understand this sensation, you grow aware of whispers all around you. Listen closer. The whispers themselves seem to travel down the tether between you and your spires, connecting heat that feels at times unbearable. They speak of your actions, your choices, everything that led you to this place. Your name is known, your banner recognized, your deeds reported across the tiers in the Northern Empire alike. For an instant, you can see the accumulated hope and fear these whispers represent. It appears like dewdrops settling on a leaf, then trickling into a shared basin. This image is fed to you through your connection, a base metaphor that only hints at the true scope. There is power in these spires, though its source is unfamiliar. Were you to harness it, you suspect that nothing could stand beyond your reach. Unlocking the spire seems to open some deeper connection. I don't know what you've done, but standing near you warms my rested plates, makes me feel lighter somehow. I feel it too. The air is thick up here, isn't it? Exactly the opposite of what you'd expect. The magic appears almost a physical presence. You look taller somehow, like you could command a dozen gangs without any challenges to knife you in the back. Boom! Whoa, wow, that's cheap as shit. Constructing a library on the spire allows you to research magical knowledge, edicts, and artifacts. Once built, resting in any spire grants a bonus to lore and magic. Some assembly. You have acquired a second spire. All spires are linked, allowing you to travel instantly between them. This will reduce your travel time through the tiers. You can upgrade your spires you discover, building new structures on top of them. Each upgrade will provide you with different benefits. Click on the spire icon or press H to select an upgrade for your new spire. Upgrades take time and money to build and money to maintain. If you no longer have the money to maintain an upgrade, it will be suspended and you will no longer receive its benefits until you're able to pay its maintenance cost. There are 5 resources you can find in Kairos' tiers that can be used to power upgrades to your spire. They are scrolls, iron ingots, bronze ingots, alchemy supplies, and hide. Each upgrade uses different resources. Okay. Hey.
So, your latest acquisition has me thinking about the spires some more. By all accounts, they go as far back as the old walls. Over the centuries, the nobles of the tiers have claimed the spires, but they've only ever battled over the land at the ground level of the monuments. I've never seen the glyphs of a spire light up in all my years. Not until you show up. If this were an isolated incident, I'd be confused. But it seems the spires, plural, are somehow connected to you. What's your secret?
I've studied at Tunon's feet, proclaimed edicts, broken them too. I'm sure I've been exposed to all sorts of arcane powers. Alongside escapes Lantern, he sticks his quill in his mouth, chewing on the tip. His head tilts from one side to the other, muttering incoherent half words. I always want to know what you're thinking.
If I had the words for it, I'd share. I'm just not sure what to make of it. I'm realizing how much more there is to learn.
Have a moment. Let's talk further.
I can sober up on the road. Ready to go.
Our gang is building quite the little collection of spires, aren't we? The Voices in the Rot was never one for keeping strongholds, but I can see the appeal. Why isn't the Voices like strongholds? What do you think of these spires? They're big, but make no mistake, a determined army could knock one down if they got enough shovels and picks together. Don't be so quick to assume that you're invincible. As to what they are, I try not to ask those sorts of questions. Why does the voices like strongholds? Because there's no point in standing still. The voices prefer to keep his forces busy and on the move with the only restful hours between dusk and dawn. Besides, fighters in motion are less likely to rise up and challenge authority, safety in numbers, but once you get people hunkering down to discuss their problems, suddenly everyone has a reason to kill the closest gang boss.
What do you need?
Alright, I think this is where we're going to end it, peoples. I'll pick back up probably tomorrow, maybe. If you didn't catch the whole of this, and if you want to, it will be up on YouTube shortly. You can follow the link. It's tinyurl.com/darksidejunkie. Very easy to remember. But with that, I think we're out of here. It's been fun, y'all. And until next time, we'll see you all on the dark side.